Do you wanna stay the night? 'Cause I don't wanna be alone. It's been weighing on my mind for too long, too long. Do you wanna save a life? 'Cause I just really need someone. I've been barely holding on, and I'm still running from my demons. I'm still hiding all my secrets, and I just need someone I believe in. Will you wait for me while I'm still healing? You know what to say every time I start to slip away, and I surrender. I surrender. There's no more falling down. I've hit the ground, so I surrender. And I surrender. There's no more falling down. I've hit the ground. You don't owe me anything, but I believe that you can show me all the things that I've been needing. I'm just hoping you give me a reason to go on. And I'm still running from my demons. I'm still hiding all my secrets, and I just need someone I believe in. Will you wait for me while I'm still healing? You know what to say every time I start to slip away, and I surrender. I surrender. There's no more falling down. I've hit the ground, so I surrender. And You're pulling on my walls down. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name. Your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-final, lower bracket final of the SLE Split 7 Gucci Deadly Chi. Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's Deadly Chi versus Assassins and Greed going up here in the make or break lower bracket final. Winner gets to get another chance, and I believe both of these teams have faced off against Gucci Nebula at some point during the playoffs. And both teams have lost before, but now for the first time in this playoffs, they will face up against each other. It should be a banger, best of 5. Hopefully, we could get ourselves some silver scrapes. So I don't know if everybody wants that because it could get late, but it could definitely be deliver a very promising series here. And I'm joined here. I'm not alone, of course, by my lovely co-caster Zekan on his first color cast of the split. Welcome, Zekan. How are you feeling?
Thank you, thank you. I'm feeling awesome. It's gonna be really fun actually to cast my first game here with you.
Yeah, it's hopefully it's a banger, of course, but like you also can bring in some unique insight because if I remember correctly, you're one of the donkeys, right?
Yeah, I played for Donkeys from Shrek.
Yeah. So I think you were eliminated by Phytogen, who was eliminated last week in a 3-0 by Deadly Chi. So obviously it means that, well, if you're looking at it on paper, it seems like Deadly Chi is so much better than Vitagen, and then you also lost against Vitagen. I don't know if that's obviously a fair picture, but it seems that way when you look at the match results. And is that really a fair representation, or did Deadly Chi just get lucky last week and Vitagen was like sleeping at the wheel? Or can you give us maybe some insight as what how powerful do we have to consider Deadly Cheek is when we look at the lower bracket run, they got like a 3-0 spanking by Nebula, came into the lower bracket, and then slapped everybody on their way to this matchup.
Yeah, I think Vitagen definitely like something happened with them in playoffs. They didn't look as strong as they've done in the like regular split. So I think there's something wrong within the team. But I think that she has also looked very strong. I actually didn't see the Nebula game versus she, but they look strong against Vitagen, definitely. They have a strong draft. I think that's their winning condition. So I think if they can keep the same draft ideas, I think they will have a good chance to win today.
Yeah, I think Deadly Chi has been a very interesting team to watch in terms of draft. It does seem that they do sometimes get a lot of what they want, in my opinion, where I feel like it should be obvious by now what they really want to
Yeah.
play. So take that away from them, like for example, six. But somehow they keep getting that stuff. But yeah, on the other side, we're going up against Assassins and Greed. They have I feel like in a way they're representing the entirety of the sanctuary community here, and they're gonna try and prevent for a Gucci victory, all of things considered. Because if Gucci, if Deadly Chi goes up against it's a Gucci Nebula versus Deadly Chi, which means it's a Chi Cup win, I guess. So Assassins agreed. They have gone through everything in the upper bracket. They've had, I believe, their first start was very shaky when they went up against a team they should have candidly like defeated very quickly, but they had a bit of a rough time there against the Lynx Dream Squad. But then against Vidaction, I think they went up against Vidaction. They had another good showing, and I think they did go through there. But then yeah, after the game one, they had like one good game against Nebula, and then 3 games that were like very convincingly lost. So they
Yeah.
have a bit of a downward trend, while Deadly Chi is an upward trend. So how do you expect them to stand up to Deadly Chi here with the shift in momentum? I guess.
I think Assassin's Creed will. They can definitely take care of themselves in this matchup. Uh, I think the same goes for them. Good draft. I think they have to draft for early game to beat out Deadly She here.
Okay, okay, we're immediately saying the strategies here. That's interesting. Do you really think that they just have to beat early game? Because I do remember, like, I think the one win against Gucci Nebula was like at 35 minutes, so it wasn't exactly.
I think the reason they won against Nebula that game was because they had a better early draft and like early team fight draft. I think that's why they won. And Deadly She, the way they're playing is that they want to scale basically. Like they want to shield down like the first 15, 20 minutes and then they pop off. I think if ANG can counteract that, I think they will be fine in this series.
I guess that's fair, but it does seem like we have potentially some issues with draft. Surely we'll get that going in a while. Probably missed a ban here or there. Maybe they were like not already yet, but anyways, I think that there is some more I can talk about. Anyways, when I'm looking at these teams, but yeah, Deadly Chi. I don't feel like they always draft durable scaling, but I think they're drafting like for a style that does mismatch with what Assassin's Creed want to do. Because when you're looking at the individual matchups. Maybe can you give me some insights on how you would see these matchups? And I guess particularly about bot lane, because you're an ADC yourself, right? Like, who should
Yeah.
be getting the better hand here? What are you expecting is going to be coming out here?
I think like bot lane matchup, I think ANG comes out. I think I Want Leash is like he's performed really well in my opinion this season. So I think if they can get comfort picks on bot lane and like play around bot, I think that's where they wanna go. Also, of course, they have a very strong top laner, but I think he can handle himself and play weak side. I think that's fine for them. So I think that's the way they want to draft. So let's see if they can actually manage to do that.
Yeah, I feel like with we can already maybe go into the mass. I think that one pivotal ban that I see there is that way. That was one of those pieces that Assassin's Creed seemed to be very comfortable in that first game against Gucci Nebula, and after that he never got it again.
Yeah.
So that was just not. Yeah, Deadly Cheese thinking the same thing here. Let's not give that to Trouble Bubble. And I mean, his Zoe has looked good in regular season, but in playoffs, not quite so much. So yeah, they're also going to take away the Corki, which was the other champion that really popped off for Assassin's Creed in that first game. So
Yeah,
Deadly
they've
Cheese just
taken.
kind of copying what the Nebula did.
Yeah, they definitely have taken out two champs that's strong for AG here. It's a good band draft for sure so far.
They are banning away again the Scar on red side. Never gonna give that up again. And that's a pretty surprising pick to me that the Gnar is just being blinded like this.
Yes.
We saw Jeff last week though. I think he was absolutely demolishing his counterpart. But this time around, I think his counterpart is a lot. It's just a completely different beast because I think everybody's been talking about the two best top laners in the league with Jordi and Ruzu. And Jordi, I guess he struggled last week. Definitely wants to come back into it. And Jeff, I think he wants to have a crack at that top 2 and potentially be the best top laner in here. Because I think he's been playing incredibly well and just blinding Nanar, throwing out a gauntlet like that. That's kind of balls. Because there's not a lot of top laners who are willing to be one a champion.
No, this is I don't know if it's a statement pick here, because it's really dangerous to first pick, especially like a champion like Gnar like this, because it's easily countered here. But I believe he trusts himself to just stomp that lane. Maybe I don't know. I'm surprised.
I'm also surprised at how Assassin's Creed answered to this because I don't think like Deadly Chi is that team that has a flex in almost every role, but I think that the Gnar, I'm like 99% sure there's no way Icehound wants to play this mid lane. So
No.
answering with ADC and jungle, I feel like they could have had more options though.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Ash pick is just in general like a really good pick to have. Ash is really popular right now in competitive play.
I want to go in on that actually because I think I've always been like the main how to say it, like someone I've just been saying that you should just pick this because it's just always good in any draft really. But since this split with the nerfs to Kraken, it feels so much worse. So I'm not sure how I feel about this champion because, I mean, you are still really good in the early levels and you have that ultimate, but after that, I feel like you just fall off a cliff and just become useless.
Yeah, like with this Sigs pick, I really like the Sigs pick here into Ash. I think that's the
It's a
dangerous
flex
part.
though. You can't say it's bot lane yet, but yeah,
I think it will, but
we're assuming
if
it's bot.
it's
Yeah,
not,
I would assume
yeah,
it's it.
because Sigs into Ash is a really good pick. So I just assume, but it could be mid as well. Yeah. But Ash is it's just as I said, her R it gives so much. So I think it's still a good pick, but I don't know about the jungle pick on R2.
Yeah, they have shown more of a carry style oriented jungler, and I'm like when I'm looking at it stylistically already, I'm not the biggest fan of what Assassin's Creed's putting together here. Also, the Malphite, like they're showing a Ziggs bot, they could pick even more AP because they have the Gnar in the top lane, and then he has to just go like MR. I don't think that feels good at all for a Malphite, but yeah, like they are making it so that I Won't Leash, I think, has been one of their main carries in Assassin's Creed and they're
Yeah,
making him play setup, whereas they're letting their setup player before, their jungler maybe, they're making him play carry, which I don't really associate with this team's play style. But I mean, it's game one, of course, you can experiment a little bit. But on the other hand, like what Deadly Chi are picking here is just like what they've done every time, and I said it already in the beginning of the game. It's like, are they still gonna get everything they want? And so far, it really looks like it. Sejuani
yeah,
has been picked a lot before them. They've shown Gnar comfort last week. They have played Ziggs almost every game. It has been, I think, pick or ban in their drafts almost all the time.
yeah,
So yeah, they're just getting everything they want. And yeah, I mean, I will say, because you said like I think you like Ziggs into Ash, I will say I think ADC versus Mage bot pre first base is still really good.
yeah.
After first base, after this chapter, you're gonna hate your life.
Yes,
So
exactly.
if you do not stop him before first base, this game's over.
No, it's a surprising draft in my eyes from A&G side so far.
The blind
it-
silence as well, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. I do not like this.
But what? Oh my god! Yeah, I'm really confused. The support is left for R5 when you already know what is going to happen. Well, I feel like at this point.
Yeah, because if the Sigs go mid here, it's not as good as if it goes bot lane. Yeah, exactly. I think. Yeah,
Yeah, now you're setting yourself up for counter mid. Yeah,
yeah.
this is really awkward. But yeah,
Maybe it's as you said. Maybe they're experimenting first game, but this draft is probably the worst I've seen from A&G so far. Actually, like they're giving themselves up for counters on every side here.
how much do you know about mid lane matchups?
Uh, a decent amount, but not the best, I would say. But
What about this mid lane matchup? Salas Cassio.
it's definitely favored for Casio.
Yeah, I
I
was
would
thinking
say.
the same thing, but I didn't want to make that
Yeah.
claim yet.
No, it's definitely favored for Casio here. If she plays it correctly, this should be really hard for Silas.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense because I'm just thinking that this champion is very impressive, but then that miasma really makes it awkward for him, and he wants to do that trade, but once he runs out of gas in those early game trades, I think Cassie can just keep chasing with the claws and just kind of beats him down. Also, if he just chains in, Cassio can just press R on top of it as well, get that stun in guaranteed. And
Yeah, and even if she
she's fucked
doesn't,
after.
yeah, exactly. Like even if she doesn't, she can just put down her W, and then Silas is smoked. So
Yeah, and this is like what I was talking about. If this Ash Milio combo has made sense ever since Milio came out, and I think it's gonna make sense no matter what happens because they already showed the Sejuani because your ultimate is very valuable. But why are
Yeah.
we taking this R5?
exactly, I think this Milo should have been on R3.
Absolutely, it's so good. What can it even take? It's good against both Leona and Nautilus, no?
Yeah, it's good. I don't know why they saved it for the last pick. They should have either saved the top lane, just even though they pick Gnar, they can just pick something that fits their comp, or they can last pick mid. But now they gave both AD and mid a counter, which I don't like.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird draft word here for Assassin's Creed. So, right off the bat, I kind of already want to say that I favor Deadly Chi just based on how the draft went. But then again, when we look at all the pieces together, we also have to evaluate that again as well because there obviously can happen hand stiff. Maybe some champions are just busted. Maybe Silas is right,
Absolutely.
absolutely busted. So, when you look at all the pieces together, how do you really expect this to go? And then how does that persuade you in who is going to take this game on victory? Actually, what do you think?
If you base it off draft, I definitely see Delici taking game one. They've just gotten all their comfort picks really, and they've got the counter picks. So if they played correctly, they should win this because I think they also have a good team fight comp. The only way I see A&G winning is they win early game so hard that they can just snowball the lead.
Yeah.
They have to make Delici fall far behind. That's their winning condition here.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point here because I see also that issue here that they have almost no range, right? Like they have to play on Malphite engage and Silas follow up, but then against the Cassio Miasma, the Ziggs Satchel charge to bump you away, Sejuani who's so good at peeling. Then again, Gnar counter engage can also happen there. So if you don't go in fully, get the perfect engage, lock them down, instantly delete them with like a stolen Gnar ult and stuff, I think you'll get disengaged. They will just outrange you, and you can't do anything anymore, and you just have to drop everything.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's going to be make or break on every engage. And what do you feel actually about this Malphite pick? Because there's the Gnar passive is actually magic damage. So if you go full MR, maybe it makes sense because there's almost nothing that can really kill you. But then again, I'm also just looking at it, and I feel like, well, Malphite is mostly just to take away an auto attacker in team fight, and none of them auto attack. So I think everybody's just gonna ignore him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Shogath is into Gnar if it's a really bad matchup. But I think that would been a really good pick into this comp based off their picks because they have a lot of AP damage. But I guess you can do the same with Malphite. But I don't see how it's gonna help them that much. I guess it's just like a good decent pick. They can just like if they want a team fight, maybe Malphite can find good engages and then follow up with Viego getting resets and etc. But I don't know. I'm just so confused about the AG comp in general that I can't really see where their winning conditioning is. Like maybe if Ashe gets super fed, yeah, because then they have a strong AD. But I
It's
don't
just
know.
hard into a Ziggs, right?
Yeah, it's so hard into their comp.
Yeah, that's also like the issue that I see with this champion. Right? Even if she does get fed, like you go like Kraken, and then you usually go like a Zeal item, and then you want IE third. But until you have that IE, I feel like your damage is just kind of not there. And after IE, it's okay, but it's not great.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like right here, Ashe needs to go Bloodthirster on third item.
Yeah, there's too much smoke.
Yeah, she can't go IE on third. She's gonna go Kraken into Phantom Dancer and then Bloodthirster.
But if she does that, then I'm like, I probably agree. You kind of have to have that lifesteal, but I think if you do that, you just lose the game. So she has to just, I don't know, dodge literally everything, and she has to just space like a god. Because otherwise, there's no way you can even win these fights. Although I guess there is a Viego pick, right? I talked about it before.
Exactly.
I do think that there is I Won't Leash, who has mostly been the carry, but now they're actually putting that on maybe. And we have seen, everybody's seen Viego getting pentakills. The reasons are broken. But can he do it? Is against this comp, can he do it?
He can absolutely do it. I wouldn't. I don't want to like decline the Viego pick here, but it's gonna be hard. Like they need to team fight really well for him to like actually get the resets and then carry the team fights. And with that said, Viego needs to get a good early start. Like he cannot fall behind due to like gank too much or fail on his ganks and not get anything out of it and let the Sejuani just get like stronger and stronger. Because then the Viego pick will just be useless for ANG here. So it's as I said earlier, ANG really needs to win early game here. That's their winning condition for sure.
Yeah, I'm also looking at that top lane because I feel like if you can't face off in a 5v5, because I feel like that's exactly what the Lichis comp want to do, face off in a 5v5. You can't
Yeah.
focus on R anyway, which means if you focus on R, you lose a fight, because the caster will just kill everybody, and Ziggs just keeps disengaging. It's not even going to be worth it to focus on R, it's going to get second item Stair's Gauge. The Nar's always going to have that ultimate available pretty much every team fight, so it feels like no matter how you twist it or turn it, if you take a straight up 5v5, I do not like the odds. So then I want to say, I think maybe there's a win condition if you play it in split push. But then again, it's a Malphite that you're forcing the split push. And I don't know if I like that either. So I guess maybe
No.
Malphite Viego is something you could do something to punish the Gnar, but it's really difficult.
Yeah.
Is there an angle here in split pushing?
I don't think there is, because I think Gnar. I think Malphite won't be able to do anything against Gnar, right? As long as they're even. But I think the only thing they can really do is get Silas ahead, like try and get him ahead, and then he can be the split push champ here. Because a strong Silas can usually like out DPS anyone, and then that can become a problem for Deadly She. But other than that, I don't really see the split push working.
Alright, yeah, we are grasping at straws, looking at strategies that the Assassins in Greed can fight with the comp that they've assembled in this game 1 draft, and we are struggling. So, never mind, there's gonna be immediately some action. Thought I had some time to talk about it, it's immediately gonna force out Lord Laddie's flash, because Silas jumping over the wall really surprised him. Honestly, I don't like where he positioned. I think he should have positioned very safe around the Raptors, but honestly, no big deal. They're just gonna exchange wards, but that is just Ryan getting damaged on the way out. The chain's gonna stun him up. It's that volley crucially not connecting, but he's going incredibly low. Is there any flashes committed? It will come from maybe, but they need more. Just Ryan's gonna flash out the wards over the wall, but they cannot finish him off, and that is junglers exchanging flashes, but also the support on Deadly Chi as well as the Malphite in top lane. I do think that Malphite being flashless is a bit of an awkward position because this 6 doesn't necessarily need ganks, and Sejuani might actually path top now.
Yeah, exciting start to the game, I guess. No, I don't like the Malphite flash there. I think it's unnecessary. But otherwise than that, I think good pressure from AG early. I think this is what I need. Be a little aggressive.
Yeah.
I like it.
They're using the value from level 1 Silas very well. He has a double ability on level 1. And they did get a decent punish with it. I guess it's a bit sad. I think Sejuani could have just based like in the bush above the ward she pushed, so she didn't have to walk back. Yeah, losing that flash. Not the biggest problem because he is a support, but then again, you probably wanted to help out on your first gank, maybe chase someone down a little bit longer. It's definitely something you could do, but now that tool is also taken away. And I like interesting pathing coming out here from maybe it's, I don't think he's spotted out at all, and he's just going to do some counter jungling.
Yeah, I like this. This is really good for maybe. They just realized that he can do this basically. But I don't understand why Deadly She didn't put a ward down here. Because they know that Seju's gonna start bottom side. They need to ward top side here. But maybe he realizes that Viego does the invade. If not, then it's really bad for Seju here.
Yeah, and it does put Jeff in a bit of an awkward spot. He wants to win this matchup, he wants that isolation, and he does not have the information yet. And now Viego will be showing.
Yeah.
Dinar does have flash. He does not have a lot of health. He's already lost half his HP. He's gonna try and get that kill on Yordi. He almost did get it, but it's not quite enough. And now maybe is going to look for a little bit more, but it looks like the flash is going to save his life. And maybe, I believe, will be helping out. Actually, he does not even have to stay. I think the TP is gonna come down, and that's a pretty decent lane state for Yordi.
Yeah, that was it's a good play from AG because I think they know that they did want to do that from the start, invade top side and then turn that into a gank. So they forced Jeff's flash here, then probably gonna look to come back soon.
Gets Ryan trying his first gank on mid lane, but the simple dash away from Trouble Bubble means he's out of harm's way, but he wants to go back in. Not just blast connecting, stun is connecting. Trouble Bubble, you are in trouble, and you have no bubble just yet. And there's an auto attack flash from Icehound, but he ran out of mana, but he will still at least get the flash from Trouble Bubble. Now, Owl Leash is joining the fight, potentially puts down a volley, but doesn't really want to chase any more. Now, with a range extension from Melio, only gets one auto out, but yeah, Trouble Bubble really just disrespecting the outnumbers advantage. He just kind of throws away his own flash. Now, Lord Lighty face checking, and Ash and Emilio. There's not a lot of damage on the Ziggs in the early game, but a good satchel charge will save his support.
Yeah. Really weird from Bubble there to just not respect the map.
And yeah, there's a bit of talk about the runes of size. Yeah, maybe it's wrong, but he's going forward. Actually, gonna get first blood out of nowhere, as we were talking about Zunes. Yeah, maybe the Hail Blades is just broken. I don't know.
I've not seen Halo Blades. Have you? Okay. Well.
Oh yeah, in chat you can see that apparently the runes were wrong, but I don't know. It does. There's something in there, you know. Although it already gets attack speed, I think, from passive. So, but he got himself that kill actually in the end. Yeah, good slap back here from Trouble.
Yeah, I like this from ANG. Good early start here. They should definitely reset here and try and get the first free groups as well.
Yeah, I feel like just Ryan's a bit shook with how this early game pathing has put him in what position he's entered. He's not exactly falling behind in XP or CS or anything. Maybe he did waste a lot of time like running from one end to the other. But then again, it feels like the pressure coming out from maybe is a lot bigger. Now they also picked that first dragon, and it's making it, I think, a bit awkward for just Ryan. Like, I think he wants to get some ganks up, but so far nothing seems really gankable, and it's hard to gank a Sylas, unless he just goes back in for no reason, of course. But you can't bet on that.
No. I want to see here what ANG want to do actually, because it looks like they're not prioring the grubs, but maybe they just realize that she doesn't either. So, but I definitely think they can make the play for it here, because they're way stronger right now.
They are. I think they have the push on top side, so I don't know if they're keeping well track of the Sejuani. There is that hawk shot going out. It doesn't. I don't think it quite spots Sejuani. I think it might have.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, I think it did.
With that information, I think they could know that these scrubs are uncontested, and it would be really good to pick both first objectives up for free. As Trouble Bubble currently is pathing towards top, there is a sweeper. The vision's taken away, but that's the Instable Force locking down Jeff. He does not have flash still. There's a Gnar steal from Trouble Bubble, and there is no way out for Jeff as he gets punished immediately, and those grubs are definitely not going to be contested.
Yeah, really well played here from ANG. That was a good rotation. Now they get grubs for free, and they have a really strong early game here, which they really need.
I must say, like, so far the game is going very much ANG's way. Not at all what we said in draft, but then again, the game is not exactly played very standard, so I'm kind of liking what ANG is doing out here on the map. Their macro seems very much aggressive and creative, and so far I'm definitely here for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the last time I saw maybe on a carry jungler, because if I'm not mistaken, I think he's not played a single game of that in the playoffs. I think he's played like Xin Shao once or twice, but I wouldn't state that as a carry jungler maybe. So it's definitely something else here from AG, and I like it.
I think Trouble Bubble so far, he's fallen behind a little bit in CS, and Icehound's just doing his best to farm. But when I'm looking at the lane here, because the camera just hovers around you for a while, it doesn't really seem like Icehound's trying to play this really aggressive. So And I wonder how much of that is like comfort on the champion. But yeah, now you do see a little bit of aggression. That is Lord Lighty. Flash forward, Zenith Blade locks down Trouble Bubble. He still has some little bit of gas in the tank, but that's not enough when Sejuani is joining the fight. That Ash Arrow is way too late as maybe just joins to get himself killed.
Yeah, that was Icehound or Deadly She rather was waiting for the overstep there. Yeah, good play from Deadly She.
I was actually just trying to make the point that like maybe Icehound is like he's been playing a lot of champions split. Maybe he's not comfortable in his champ, but I think this was all like passive play to just bait out comfort from Trouble Bubble, and he oversteps for a moment, and Lord Light is there instantly to punish him. And a bit of a mistake here for maybe to try and join after his mid and only got killed. So
Yeah,
actually, top lane, big action, Seismic Shard doing relevant damage, and slapping down that
Wow.
Gnar, and so far. This B1 Gnar is now struggling. He did get put in behind, and Jordi, I didn't think he was going to play carry on a Malphite, but it's looking good.
yeah. Damn, this rock is turning out to be a good pick.
Oh, we do see, like with that double kill, we see a first item for Cassiopeia there. Deathfire Torch, I believe it's called there. Or Blackfire Torch? Not sure. At 9 minutes completed, that definitely is something they can play with. But now Trouble Bubble, stolen Solar Flare, doesn't land the stun, and Oppression will just get out. Oh, the fight actually doesn't seem to be over. It seemed like it was over, but Delph got himself in a bit of a pickle and just gets bombed down. That,
Yeah.
I did not expect that, not gonna lie.
That was
Now,
well played.
never mind, it actually doesn't stop. Maybe now forcing out a flash from Icehound, who's taking a 1v1 with Trouble Bubble. But he will live.
Yeah, I think this is the negative of AD's draft. Oh, here we go again.
Why are we checking out the support? That's a bit of an awkward position, but still both summons available for I Won't Leash, but not a lot of health left for Maybe. As he's going down, Flash from Just Ryan won't connect, will connect the slow. Zenith Blade will keep him rooted a little bit longer, but the Breath of Life will save his life. And it should keep him in a position to keep on fighting, but then again, there is Oppression still, there's Icehound, but that is a great TP engage from Trouble Bubble to turn around the tides. No mana on the Ziggs, but the Cassio still has a lot of gas left in the tank. She can still punish it. That is a great abscond, but it's not gonna be in the position you wanna be, as he's instantly punished. Icehound picking up the kill on Trouble Bubble, chasing down Delph, not quite gonna be able to get the kill on him. But it's a great position overall. The Ultra Mega Fire can almost connect it to Lord Lighty, punishing that recalling on a ward. But that is quite a turn of events here, but it does seem to benefit Icehound mostly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get. I think they should just be happy with a 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, a bit of an overextend, no?
Yeah, it's a really. Because it's not worth it, even if it gets low lightly.
Yeah, and right back into the action. Good Miasma here, cancelling out the Spectral Maw from Maybe, but they still get on top of him. They're gonna deal a lot of damage, but it doesn't even get the kill cleanly. And now just Ryan arrives to the party, and Icehound is gonna snake them down with a double kill, I believe. And that is 2 more kills in the mid lane, and it was going so well for ANG, but just in a matter of 2 minutes, they've thrown all of their control out the window.
Yeah, that was really well played from Icehound. Wow.
That was a sliver of health.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Break it down for me.
I think here they need to realize that Diego needs to wait before he can actually. Also, he missed his ulti, so that definitely helps Icehound a lot there. But I think they've just given the Cassiopeia so much, which they wouldn't have if they didn't pick that Silas blind. I think this Cassiopeia pick was really good from Deadly She.
Yeah, they're really just chilling now. And it's so hard to attack the Ziggs lane, as we can see as well. So they tried it, and then Delph gets caught. I don't know, maybe just out of frustration on not being able to get the Ziggs punished here. And now they're in a tough position. Top is still ahead, but mid lane is very much behind, both in CS and kills. Now, even though Trouble has 3 kills, it's a rough lane we already talked about. And I think the Cassio is just like that piece in their comp that just makes it so hard.
Yeah.
Team fight or even side lane against, because I don't think either Malphite or the Silas has an easy side lane here. And there we see like Lord Lighty trying to shadow Icehound, but there's 2 members trying to join in on the fun here. It's gonna be an interesting fight, but that's a double done solar flare, a great breath of life, but there's so much damage coming out, and now Trouble Bubble has to finish the job by himself, while just Ryan has killed Delph in the backline. Trouble Bubble now falling to Icehound and Lord Lighty, and just Ryan is chasing down this bot lane. There is still enough survivability for Unleash, and it will get out, but they try to make this play, and it blew up in their faces. Great map awareness from Lord Lighty, and now in the top lane, Jordi has started to lose the 1v1, and he's going to catch you with a beautiful unstoppable force. He's going to put him under the tower, but the last auto just comes down, and the shutdown will come through for Gnar as he trades 1 for 1.
This is some action-filled game, that's for sure. Really well played by Icehound and Lord Lightly on bot there. If we can get a replay, I really want to highlight the Cassiopeia call there. But no, it was really good play from Deadly here. They're definitely making sure to... They know when they can fight here. It's so noticeable. They know they're so strong right now.
I really like the
respect.
position Lighty was in, and now Delph trying to sidestep the Zenith Blade, but it just makes it so that she can walk up melee range and look at the damage from I Won't Leash, because I'm not really seeing it just yet. Solar Flare Flash comes out from Lord Lighty, trying to lock down Delph. Not really worth to overcommit to that. Now the TP's gonna come down. Stun's going on Lord Lighty. That's the first kill picked up. Reset for this Viego. He still has Flash, can make a play with it. That's a Glacial Prison hijack, locking down the Sejuani potentially. Now they're turning their attention to one of the most important members, getting that Icehound down. They've got the shutdown in the backline. Jeff is trying to turn around this team fight once again, but the damage is going to come down. The numbers advantage is good, and now Gnar is getting CC down. He's going to flash forward, trying to kill out Won't Leash, but he won't be let, and that is going to be another kill for Assassin's Creed, and out of nowhere, they're winning a team fight where they don't think they had any business doing so.
Yeah, that was the Viego resets we were talking about. Also really well played by Trouble Bubble there. He definitely, yeah. But I think also here maybe he realizes to go for Cassiopeia because he will flash on her right here, yeah. That was really well played by ANG, realizing what they need to do. Because this gives Viego the resets that he needs as well. So this was really well played on them.
Really good target selection there. I think they also managed to pick up the Herald there for the Viego. Definitely valuable for them as well. They already lost their mid lane tier 1. They only picked up the tier 1 on top side themselves, so they are still in a rough position gold-wise, as you can see. They have dropped a lot of kills in general anyway, but they're really good team fight here. And when you look at it also, Ashe not really bringing out a lot of damage, but still the slows, you can see it's very hard once these team fights are overcommitted, what you saw from the Leona. Hard to walk away from that, and it really opened up for this opportunity. Great Ashe ulti also to punish the Cassiopeia there. So
yeah.
really, I think it's mostly a mistake from Deadly Chi, not gonna lie, but it was definitely a very well called team fight, and definitely great target selection from Assassin's Creed to get everything really rolling them for them. And maybe with this Herald they can do some damage. Or how are we thinking about the game state now that we're into a pause?
I think it's kind of still favored Deadly because what Deadly needs to do is what they just didn't do. They cannot like chase. They need like clean engages where they can just pop someone. So I think as long as they don't overextend team fights like they did, I think they're still fine. But this definitely gives ANG the breather that they needed to come back and still be strong in this game. So I think I would give it 60% still to Deadly.
Yeah, it does seem comp-wise, I think it makes a lot of sense for them to still be able to win this, as we've talked about. But yeah, I think it was a big mistake. I think their composition thematically just doesn't really want to walk forward. So they probably, I hope they realize that that was most of the mistake, trying to chase into something and then overextend, can't follow up, and then getting picked off one by one. But we're going right back into the action. Not sure what was the reason for the pause. Maybe somebody was just lagging because life hits sometimes, right? Discord is, yeah, hopefully it does not plague us because it's going to be awkward. But other than that, yeah, we're going right back into it. There is now also 1.5 item on the Ziggs so far. His job is really just to stall out the game, which I think works very well for the Cassia. So if they don't do what they just did, chase for kills where they don't really need to, they should still be in the best position really to win this game, as both sides are looking for something. That's the Stop Force immediately committed into the actual. That is Ziggs immediately eliminate. Meanwhile, maybe is in a bit of a trouble, but that's trouble while trying to turn it back. But Sejuani is going to shut down maybe. Now the Silas has dropped as well. It was a great engagement on Alpha, but the other side of the team fight did not go their way at all.
Yeah, I think really good pick from Jordi there. But his teammates need to realize where the fight is and that they're pretty alone there.
Yeah, also just so far away from Viego, not able to pick up a reset. That Zenith Blade going in, so much damage. Action's eliminated under her own tower. Icehound is hurting like crazy.
Yeah, well played from Lord Lightly. He realizes what they can do here and just get a free pick into Dragon.
That was quite casual. Yeah, break it up.
No, it was a good pick from Jordi here, but as you see, maybe gets caught out because they have vision on him. And when he's gone from the fight, I think they need to just here they just fall back because Trouble Bubble is already dead anyways. But they definitely overextended again in mid where Ash steps forward too much.
Yeah.
I think that
she. Ash, by the way, because that I'm not sure what that second piece is, but that's not what you said she should do.
No, I don't really. I mean, I guess why she's building this is because they have a Sejuani Gnar that will just jump on her, and she will probably get the Blade Ruin King help her kite a bit better maybe. But I think she will lack a lot of damage with this build since the nerfs on Blade as well. Like they nerfed it again, I think not this patch but the last patch. So
it's 5%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking there could be angles for Ash to do this if there's like triple tank, but I think Kraken still out damages Borg for an arm.
Yes.
It's also current health. So it's very awkward. Now again being nerfed, I think it's a bit of a weird choice. I do see the value of it in terms of like lifesteal, because I guess now he doesn't have to go BT. But yeah, his first item not dealing a lot of damage. It's it doesn't feel great.
I think that what they're doing wrong with the build is that they're basically saying, yeah, we can also let Ash scale, but they don't want to do that because they want her to like have the damage they need for now. Because this Ziggs will still out damage her now, either way. So I don't know. I don't like that build.
There is an engage happening on mid lane. Never mind, actually. There's a Mikhail's coming down. The TP from Jordi is a bit of an awkward spot. He does still have the Unstoppable Force to get out of there. It's just going to flash out because he wants to keep the tool to re-engage, but he's just engaging on the front line, and now he's been picked up. And look at Icehound. He's still untouched. He's still murdering people. And when this happens, we talked about it, the 5v5 is not in their favor. Good Ultra Mega Fire Kick to disengage the fight so far, but they're just purely on the run, and doesn't look like they can run quite as fast as they want to, and it's just a snake slithering forward, rushing them down. 4 people dead, maybe by a sliver of health, just alive, but that Baron, it belongs to Deadly Chi.
Yeah, what a great pick from Deadly Chi here. They just realized they can just fight them straight up. I think that's a bit of panic TP by Jordi. Really well played here from Deadly Chi. They know what they need to do to win this game. A&G, they can't do anything. They have such a squishy team for the Cassiopeia and 6. And meanwhile, they have a Sejuani that can be up front in their faces and take no damage. The same with Gnar. So, yeah.
It's a bit of a weird build from the Gnar there, but I think it doesn't really matter right now. But I think if he's team fighting this much, I think the other item would have been better. I think this one's really good for split push, but it seems like Assassins were just handshaking a 5v5 in mid, which I think is just not the way to go for this team. Because if they just match it as you just saw, like it's unfightable. You know, like you see that Ash ult come down. It's such a short distance it travels. It stuns barely, and whoever it even tags on, I think it just doesn't really work because there's so many members who could just jump in between to disengage it. And
Yeah.
yeah, you also have to still go through that miasma. Like I think this comp walking forward, engaging like this, if you're doing that, you're just killing yourself time and time again. So not looking like the best spot for Assassin's Creed, and now they have this Baron, and they can start making the moves on the map as they're running down top lane. Tower is up, but Trouble Bubble should not feel safe at all. Does get a good sidestep and flashes out subsequently as well. Steals the Solar Flare, throws it out, misses it pretty much, but at least he lives, but they still lose our tower.
Yeah. It's a waste of flash that he didn't need to really waste. Little misread of where they were, maybe.
Too far forward, and yeah, as chat's pointing out, never mind. Zenith Blade connects, that's a mega Inform Bomb, doing mega bits of damage. The healing is really crucial to keeping our Leash alive, but now they have turned around because that tower's still alive, and they will pick up Lord Lighty. That is a good reset for Viego, but does it matter? Jeff is about to turn mega. Now the bombs are connecting, that is going to drop I Won't Leash. Jordi hasn't ulted yet, and he's already dead! Now there's the Gnar engage, and now they're gonna put them into their own tower as they picked up more kills, as Jeff is now also on a killing spree. 4 people dead. That's gotta be Deadly Chi, just putting in a final few slams into an inhibitor. No members alive, 23 minutes into the game. Baron's still up. I believe they just waltz it through here, and I think they got the game won.
Yeah. Well played by Deadly. They played a really good game here. They did one mistake throughout the game, I think, and that was that one team fight. Other than that, really well played. They used their champs like they should do.
Yep. They only made that one mistake, he said, and it's gonna be a very convincing Game 1 victory from Deadly Chi. We're talking about it in draft. It looks so one-sided. We are struggling to see how Assassin's Creed can even get ahead in this game or do anything, and they got some creative early game plays, and it looked like maybe we were just flat out wrong, but then once it came to it, they couldn't keep a hold of it, and they just dropped the ball a few too many times, completely gave away their lead, and after that, the competitive just came into fruition. So Deadly Chi marches on to a first game win here in this best of 5. What is your one main adaptation you want to see for next game?
It depends what side they're on, but if they are blue side, they just need to get their strong picks early. Draft for them, don't draft for Deadly Chi. If they're red side, don't give Deadly Chi 2 counter picks. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, with that Game 1 victory, we are definitely heading into a quick break for ourselves as we are going to wait for the players to get ready and prepare those adaptations for Game 2. Definitely, I think a lot of adaptations in terms of draft can be made for Assassin's Creed. Even if it's just shifting up the order of picks, and we'll see what they actually are going to change, because we definitely want to see more of a banger here in a best of 5, but we'll see if Assassin's Creed can be competitive in the next game. They have one more error they can make, but hopefully we're getting into a series right away. So we'll be back shortly after this quick break.
second best, someone that you could forget. Got me drinking that healing, sinking in this feeling. Leave me the time, giving me the signs of life. Making you are clear, but you're gonna leave me in the deep. Leave me the time, giving me the signs of life.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game 2 of the lower bracket final, this overall semi-final of Deadly Chi versus Assassins and Greed. It's a full Gucci final potentially coming up if Deadly Chi stays on a roll. Assassins and Greed have to represent their Sanctuary community. And let's see in this game 2 if they can put something together that makes more sense, because we were really head scratching at ways they could win last game purely based off of draft. So my lovely color caster, what adaptations are you expecting this game?
I think A&G will ban the 6. I think they should. Yeah, there it comes. And also they need to get a prior pick here early, like a good pick for them, where they feel like, yeah, this is a good comfort pick. I think that's the adaptation they need to do here in draft.
Yeah, on the other side, Deadly Chi sticking so far to their guns. I'm also expecting that Skarner ban. I think we saw Corky and Wei last time.
Yeah, the Corky, they need to ban Corky.
Yeah, the pieces that really worked for Assassin's Creed in their previous week's match. Corky has been taken away yet, and now they have to make a choice between a Wei ban or leave it for second rotation and potentially let Assassin's Creed pick it blind, because you always have a counter on red side. Or you have to ban the Skarner, as we're seeing the hover coming through, because nobody's really been giving that up, and it's going to be removed again. And yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for Deadly Chi, but so far the only adaptation I see is the Ziggs, so curious to see what more picks we're going to get out of here.
I think we're going to see a Huawei pick.
What do you think they want a first pick? Do you think it's a Wei?
Yeah, I think they want to pick it here. If not, they're going to pick Ash. Yeah, it's an Ash again. I don't like it.
Yeah, me neither.
I think Huawei is a good first pick because she gives so much, and they play good with their champion. Like, I don't get why they don't just first pick it here. Maybe they feel like Deadly Chi doesn't play it. I don't know. Do you know if they play it?
I'm wondering if Deadly Chi is has this counter pick in mind, because we do know that Icehound, he doesn't pick it often, but he can pick it, and he has shown it. It's the Katarina, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that they are willing to just throw out there, because it's hard to CC the Katarina. But then again, I don't think that matchup is that free for Kat, because I think she has to take a lot of free harass, and if she ever does jump in, if Wei holds on to some of his abilities, he's going to be able to, I think, return quite some nice bit of damage. But yeah, Icehound's potentially Icehound, because it is a flex. I think Oppression has played it, the split already. It is a flex once again in mid bot. Same thing like the Ziggs. And it's taken away here. I guess they bet on Assassin's Creed not even taking it B1, and they've prioritized this Ash pick, which neither of us really likes. But yeah. Alongside it, just Ryan, I think one of his signature champions is that Jarvan's going to play his comfort champion, just once again going on the engage role, but a little bit more damage heavy. What do you think are going to be the counter picks from Assassin's Creed, as Ninja is already locked?
Yeah, I would say Xin Shao is a good pick. I'm not quite sure how the matchup goes, but I think Shinshao wins it out early at least. But they need to pick a mid here. I'm wondering what pick. They could also go support if they really want to, but Kisante.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did
it's
check
a
some
good pick.
regular season stats. Both
Yeah.
top laners have had a lot of games on Cassandre. I guess almost every top laner has
Exactly.
had a lot of games on Cassandre. And yeah, Jordi is gonna take that. I think it's a champion I associate with Jordi a lot more. But then again, last week he picked this, and I think Ruzu answered it with Cho'Gath and just kind of bodied him. So interesting to see if he can actually show us a better performance like Cassandre this week. As there's a potential counter pick. I don't know if this is really a counter that much, but they are. I feel like they're favoring this Gwen for top lane because I don't think they're gonna put it anywhere else. It could be put somewhere else, but there would be some forced swaps around. So I think it's gonna be Gwen top lane.
Yeah, this has to be top.
Cassandre. But do you know how this matchup goes? Because I'm not sure about it.
I've heard like different stories about the matchup.
You heard the tales.
If it's as far as I know, Jordi is really good on Kisante, so I think he's fine in this matchup. But I think in general, Gwen is slightly favored. So I guess it's a counter pick in itself. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see that matchup as this game.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one because it's also like Gwen versus Ornn. A lot of people say it's Gwen favored, but then again, it's only after you get your items, right? So I guess she just wants to have the scaling matchup and then just side lane, but it's not an easy one. I think against Cassandre, who I think has a lot of damage in the early game. So not sure how this matchup goes in the early game already because I think Gwen definitely needs some time to scale. But if she does get the scale, pretty hard to deal with, and she has a lot of burst coming out of her kit as well. I'm a bit surprised with the Sivir ban from Assassin's Creed because if you're taking Ashe, I feel like you should just absolutely be able to body a Sivir.
Yes.
But going to take it away, and I feel like it kind of waste a bit of a ban. And Deadly Cheese just saying, well, we play the Leona, we think it's kind of broken, so they're gonna take that away, and also taking away Trouble Bubble's name champion is the Zoe. And they're also going to take away a Jinx, so they're still banning ADCs, not expecting Wei to go mid lane, which not expecting Wei to go bot lane, which I think is a very realistic scenario.
I think Wei definitely can be bot lane here. Because if they pick support here, they're looking to counter mid. So yeah, and this could be a Karma mid as well. So it's two flex picks here.
Yeah, Karma. I really don't like Karma mid lane anymore. I think they kind of nerfed that pretty effectively. So I'm really expecting it to go bot lane. I think we've seen a lot of Enchanter supports like Karma, Nami for Lord Lady as well. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be bot lane. So they have not revealed where this way is going. I really like that for Deadly Chi. As we saw last game, Assassin's Creed kind of like played their cards out open on the table very early on. And yeah, we're going to see the Ashe Braum combo, typically very heavy on CC. But this just makes me feel like the Wei bot lane is completely free because how do you ever engage on this Wei?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. I think that's why they pick Braum, just to be like, in case Ashe gets like feared or something.
Braum versus Karma. Oh my god, I hate this. Holy oh no. I really hate it. I'm sorry. If I'm in solo queue right now, I'm saying FF.
Yeah, it's I don't know what to say about this, honestly. It's
there is a
they need to play this well.
I wanna thanks Ace for the insight on the matchup. So it is apparently good for the Gwen, but if you mess up, you can really blow up in your face. Is basically what he's saying. So love the insight there. And we've got the Tristana pick, by the way. Both, I think this is still a double flex out in the open. I think they do have to at least tell each other who's playing what, but we won't know until we see them go up into the game. But there's still a flex for Wei and Tristana, but I'm 99% sure Wei is bot lane here because I don't see the reason why you would pick Tristana versus Braum. So I think, yeah.
No, they're definitely going Tristana mid here. They have to, I think. Otherwise, the Tristana has become so bad, I would say. But yeah,
Yeah. What would your choice be here? Would you take the Tristana as an ADC bot lane? Would you take the Wave versus this Braum Ash?
I would definitely. I don't play Huey, but if I did, I would definitely go Huey here instead of Tristana and put the Tristana in mid. I'm not quite sure how Tristana is in mid lane in today's meta, but I feel like it's way better at least instead of going against Braum on bot lane.
Yeah. I do think that the Tristana also has better odds in mid lane against Ahri, who I think Tristana can just play it on her base kit and base values, whereas Wei kind of reliant on some items before he can really fight back against the Ahri. And yeah, if you have a good push in the early levels, which Tristana pretty much has, because she is an AD mid, right? She has that auto pushing passive in her kit. She should be able to rival Pry with Ahri. So I really like the I at least I see the idea for Tristana into Ahri. Not saying I'm seeing somebody saying that it should have been Yone, because
Yeah.
they're saying they cowered it out of it, but I don't know. Yeah, I think it makes sense. But yeah, like break down the draft for me actually overall. Who's winning in these lanes, and then who is winning this game?
I think it's again Deadly She favored. ANG, I think they need to like snowball this game really hard to win. It's like game one, I would say. ANG, they pick a comp where they need to snowball hard to win. Deadly She can just scale here if they want to, and just then win off that. Because if that Gwen gets to scale within the way and the Tristana, because Tristana still does a lot of damage mid-late game, so I'm not again too happy with the draft of AG here.
Yeah, I think when you look at it in isolation, everything makes sense. I think it made more sense, I feel like, than what I saw last game. But when you consider the opposition along against it, then it doesn't make as much sense anymore. It's a bit of an awkward one. So I feel like they should have just picked the Xin Zhao B1 and then just hold out with the AD pick, because I think it's like already you have more options. Then again, like I don't know if he plays it, but I think like Caitlyn, for example, could have been a better choice there. And I think it's a lot harder for Wei to be good bot lane. I think he would struggle a lot in those early levels. And then if you can force the Wei to mid lane, then you can get your matchup, and then you can just ban out the champions that would be able to deal with Caitlyn, or force the Ashe to be picked by Deadly Chi. Because honestly, I feel like this is a bit of a bait pick, but because it doesn't really do good late game damage in my opinion. But yeah, right now they put themselves in a very predictable path, and as they're highlighting in chat as well, Deadly Chi have those flexes, and I think they're really utilizing it really well in these drafts.
Yeah, like I mean, not that it's gonna be that now, but I mean, this way could be support, it could be Karma mid, it could be Tristana AD carry. Like they can do so much with these picks, and I think that's their strong point in their drafts. I think that's also why they're probably gonna come out ahead.
Yeah. Well, now we have seen the full-on draft. I do think that from lane's perspective, it definitely favors Deadly Chi. But when you look at the late game, do you still favor Deadly Chi? Because it's not necessarily guaranteed that the way this composition functions, like last game, is that countering overall to Assassin's Creed, right? They don't have that perfect disengage this time around. There's definitely vulnerable targets you can pick off, but then again, yeah. How do you see the dynamic here when this game goes past 15 and past 25 minutes?
There's definitely a world where AG can win, just based on team fights, because they have a really they have a good front here with Shinshao Kisante, and they have a Braum to like just shield the damage from Huey if he plays it correctly. But I just think 5v5 straight up. If the Gwen can do what she's supposed to do with the Karma and Huey on top, like I just feel like they're so much stronger in the 5v5s, and I don't see. As I said, like ANG really need to scale this game, or like snowball this game to be able to win. If it comes too late, I don't know. It's a good draft from Shi again. Really good draft.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the really good draft for Deadly Chi, but I will say, I think if this game goes late, that I think obviously the Gwen is the biggest reason you don't want to go late as Assassin's Creed. But then again, Karma typically not exactly the best late game champion, and Tristana
No.
will probably want to play more 5v5, but I do think that with the Gwen, you'd rather not 5v5 because you also don't have that Sejuani tank frontliner like last game around. Jarvan can function similar to it, but it's not quite as tanky. It literally doesn't have the same defensive utility in his kit. So I do think that there's a lot of favor for Assassin's Creed to make picks with that Ashe ulti or the Ahri to
Exactly.
pick targets off. Then again, it's hard to do that, especially when a Gwen is split pushing like a madman. So it's still favored, but I do see at least more opportunities for Assassin's Creed, whereas last game, it looked like if they ever handshook a fight, it was just over.
Yeah, no, definitely, I agree. And I don't think even Deadly She wants to be the one who engages the fights here. I think they want to get engaged on and then just peel backwards meanwhile they're fighting, because Huey can do so much damage if she can stand in the back and just do what Huey does. And the same goes like even for Gwen, because then she can just put her her shield up and basically just do what she does. So I think Deadly She needs to realize what they want to do in teamfights here. But as you said, I think also have the Gwen on side lanes and just be a menace. I think that's also really good.
Yep. So for Deadly Chi, I think the name of the game is pretty simple. I think just play for bot lane prio, harass that bot lane, make it so that they can't play the game, and then just take the objectives. And allow this Tristana to also take over the jungle, and then the top lane. I think they do have to send their jungler top lane to make sure that this Gwen doesn't fall behind, because as we saw in chat, as other people are saying, it's not like she isn't a free matchup, but if she does go late, I think she's going to be an absolute menace. So if the bot side of the map is just taking over prio, then they can send a lot of support to top lane. I think for Deadly Chi, the game will then be kind of over. And on the other side, Assassin's Creed, the game plan's simple. Don't let them do that. Fight them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have a team fight come for sure. And this Ahri needs to kind of like, I think the Ahri needs to find the picks for them to engage. And if she doesn't, Ashe needs to find really good Ashe arrows here.
Yeah. So, I don't know how long we have more before we go into the draft, but if the what are you seeing is the scenario, like if you have to look at all the timelines, because we are really heavily favoring Deadly Chi, but how do you see Assassin's Creed here get that one opportunity to get the win?
I think if their team fights are good here, and they do what they're supposed to, I think that's their winning condition as well. And as well, like I think they can fight early for objectives here. They have a absolutely stronger early game than Deadly She does.
All right, so find picks, snowball in the early game, be aggressive. That's gonna be our advice to Assassin's Creed, to come back here in this series and tie it up, or go down and face, at least for every game that this series keeps going, face elimination on every single game. So Assassin's Creed, they have to come out of the gate swinging here, and Deadly Chi can chill a bit more and they can play for their jungler. So let's see how they actually come down here, as we're seeing a bit more of a quiet start here. No invade shenanigans, just exchanging a ward there. I don't think they had got their own ward into Assassin's Creed jungle. So far, Assassin's Creed with more information than Deadly Chi have so far.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Deadly She doesn't want to get some wards in. They're really passive about it. I guess they may be afraid of the Braum Ashe, that they can get picked off. But they won't really know where Xin Zhao starts now, which can be favored for ANG here.
Yeah, they have some more information than their opposition. And how do you think this bot lane's gonna go? I see a good start for Unleash.
Yeah, I guess this is season 2 all over. That I have not seen in a long time. I'm gonna ask him later why he does this, because I can't see why actually.
You can or you cannot?
I can't see why he buys this. Maybe to like get the movement, just to know dodge the ability, like the karma cues and
You
the
could
Huawei
catch the
abilities.
mantra karma Q. I would like to see that, as that one is
Yeah,
already connected.
exactly.
Exactly making my points, getting hit with literally absolutely everything.
Yeah,
But at least he has 2 extra potions. Maybe that's the reason.
yeah. I mean, no, this is. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna ask him later about this.
Yeah. So yeah, bot lane already struggling. It is kind of like expected when you're up against the Karma, but I do think that with not taking Dorn's Blade, such a good starting item, I feel like you're losing out on a lot of stats permanently because you don't want to pick this up later. And
Yeah, he doesn't get the lifesteal or the
it's even
health.
harder to farm, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, also if you don't pick up the Dorn's Blade, as you say, like the lifesteal total value is actually a lot, right? Like it counts up like throughout the
For
entire
this lane, yes, it's really important.
Yeah, and the opposite side, you just see the fissure put out by oppression literally time after time. So they are kind of chilling under the enemy tower already. Put up their
Yeah,
ward. This is already a painful lane for the side. Did he get spotted by the hawkshot? I didn't see.
yeah, he did.
Okay, okay. So
So
they
they,
have
that
that.
they,
Oh,
okay, I
I
saw
saw
him.
that's the. Yeah.
He's done. He's done with this.
I mean, I don't know why he left the game. I can understand why Amon Leash left the game, but yeah, a little bit of a disconnect. Hopefully, not something that is too severe, but yeah, maybe a disconnect, power outage in the building. Hopefully, that's not the case. But yeah, so far we are seeing a bit of already dominance coming out from Deadly Chi in the bot lane. At least we didn't get to pan the camera to top lane just yet. But I do think that there's still like he already has one of his, as chat's highlighting as well, right? Like an OTP in the top lane there, Jordi on the Kisante, but I did see him slightly behind in CS, so I'm not sure what the wave state was, but if he's already falling behind in the early levels, then yeah, I don't know how that's gonna turn out. So where are the advantages in the early game? Because you wanted to see them get ahead early.
Yeah, I think the Huawei was pushing into the tower. I think it's like right before the tower start hitting, if I remember correctly. But I think that's also what Huawei wants to do in this matchup, like push the K'Sante in and then maybe look to roam with the Jarvan when he comes topside. Um, but yeah, they definitely want to get ahead in lanes here. Deadly She, which it looks like they're doing quite good already.
Yeah, they have been chilling so far. They did see that they spotted out the Jarvan, but I think he also got the Scuttle as well. So they got pretty much everything going for them. And just like like I guess last game they did fall behind a little bit, but yeah, with the ward start from Assassin's Creed, they didn't do any invades this time around. No shenanigans, no creative jungle paths. I guess that's still up for this up for debate because they don't know, I think, where the jungler is from Assassin's wait, yeah, Assassin's Creed. He's still out in the fog, but he was in position to gank, so not sure what they can do so far looking at the early, so I think we have to see more, I guess, before we can draw any other conclusions. If Bruce could give us an update about the past, would be lovely. But yeah, other than that, this yeah. So okay, we're still lost. All right, yeah. Was it a disconnect by the way, or do we know anything? Okay, yeah. So apparently, a restart for the PC is needed, so we'll have to be talking a little bit longer, I guess, about well the first minute of the game. So,
Some exciting stuff happening.
yeah, well, we already talked about it because we are double ADC here, but like maybe we could talk about the ADC in the mid lane for the Tristana, like because what is the Tristana build lately? Because she's been kind of like pushed in and out of the meta because every time she comes in the meta, she's in mid lane, so she has to be nerfed again, and then she's too nerfed, so they buff her again.
Yeah.
What is your take on Tristana right now in both mid and bot maybe?
Well, for mid, I can't say too much because I really don't play. I used to play Tristana mid actually when that was broken, but
Okay, when is it broken mid? Maybe you can tell us that, so then we can derive whether or not it's broken now.
it was broken like I can't remember which patch it was, but it was that around where like Tristana could just crush any mid laner that was picking into her. But in bot lane, I would say she's actually in a like she's not obviously the best pick, but I think she's a good pick if you're looking to like scale the game, I would say. Because she does a lot of damage with her Eno, with the collector into IE build, which I do. So I feel like Tristana is a good pick, at least for bot lane. For mid lane right now, I would say that she's still weak, but it depends how you play it. I think that she has a good understanding of what they want to do with the Tristana pick.
Okay. Wait, what did you say the build was now? I into
Uh,
collector?
like yeah, I go at least collector into IE,
Ah, yeah, okay.
and then into a seal item.
Are you still doing the Halo Blades now, or is it actually are you trying the lethal tempo with the Tristana? 'Cause collector
Uh,
Tristana Halo Blades should be the one you're going, but I don't know how it's going.
yeah, I do Halo Blades, or that or lethal tempo actually.
Okay, yeah, the lethal tempo I think is I like it for the idea of late game team fights, but I feel like Tristana hasn't really been a late game team fighter for a long time, right? She's been like that
Yeah,
burst champion, but I guess she can. And I think when I was going to say she's probably the one who has to kill the Cassandra if it does go late game and he's very tanky. But then again, that's not really true because the Wei has a lot of burn damage and a percent max health damage if you throw in a Leandri. So I think they're in a very good spot. And yeah, of course, I almost forgot about the Gwen. She definitely hurts tanks as well. So
yeah.
yeah, all things aces. Oh
Well,
hey, it's
at
got
least
them all.
Ash is at least ahead in CS, which is really good for her. She shouldn't be ahead, I would say, but at least she is.
Got bit of an awkward spot for Jeff here, popping a ghost, still getting jumped by. Maybe very good hallowed miss to still be immune from the wind becomes lightning and only has to give up a summoner, but his lane state will be a bit awkward here. Then again, Jordi will probably have to match this base because he is running
Yeah,
out of mana.
yeah, he should definitely back here and TP in.
Do you see the TP coming in from the Gwen right now? And yeah, as you were saying, actually, the Ashe did come ahead in CS as opposed to the Wei. Then again, Wei, I think he has based, he has come back, so maybe that was that moment. He picked up an extra, he picked up a less wave, and now he still has his TP, so he's in a good spot,
Yeah,
I think, so far.
yeah, absolutely.
Have you played
Okay.
any Wei bot lane at all? Can you give us any
No,
thoughts on how this should go? Oh,
I actually haven't. The only like majors I play is Sigs, Carthus, and stuff like that, but not
oh,
Way
the
actually.
respectable ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So have
No,
you played
but
against Wei bot lane?
yeah, that I have.
Okay.
And
No.
it's rough. It's rough.
So when is it rough, right? At level 1, or is it like a bit later?
Throughout the whole lane, I would say.
Okay.
It's really hard to like find. You need a really good support to find engages, and you can't play like Peel or like enchanters. I think maybe like Nami is fine if you just wanna survive the lane. But you wanna play engage if you wanna make that way pick weak.
Meanwhile, top lane all out committed from Jordi. He's doing a lot of damage. He does need a little bit more. He's gonna
Wow.
land it. First blood for Jordi on his OTP. Got himself that 1v1 solo pull, and that's maybe finding a fight on just Ryan's already basically dead. They're just ignoring him, and Icehound just has to rocket jump out of there. But that's 2 kills coming in from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, really well played from AG here. I didn't see how it started on top lane. Maybe we can get a replay of that. But really important for Jordi here to get that first blood and a good start to that lane.
Yeah, seeing the value come in from maybe his earlier gank, forcing out the ghost that wasn't available anymore for Jeff here, and yeah, putting the lane in a position where he can get, I think he got level 6, but yeah, you can see he got level 6 before Jeff because of that, so using that lane advantage and the knowledge here of that prio level up to get that first kill, and definitely he needs to get more, I do think, because I think that this lane still will outscale him, but it's a really good start, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And we also see that Trouble Bubble gets a pick here together with maybe, which leads them to getting the first grubs.
Wait, is that the expensive R skin or the budget R skin?
I think I'm not actually sure. Maybe
Kind of
it's the
bad that we don't know
expensive
the
one.
difference.
Trouble Bubble likes his expensive skin, so
And yeah, he seems to be comfortable in that lane so far.
yeah,
It is the lethal tempo for Tristana. She's picked up the BF as well. So I think
yeah.
she's wait. What is that gonna be? It's no longer BF on Collector,
He
right?
could no, he could do the Junta's build here. I don't like it, but it's either that or he's going IE
Wait,
instant.
is it bad on Tristana or is it just a bad item so far? Because it looked pretty good for crit 80 carries, no?
Yeah, it's good for like Jinx and like other AD carries, but I wouldn't say it's really that good on Tristana. I think it's way better to go either Collector or first IE.
Okay. Yeah, it does seem like they're still in the open. Maybe he just does go the IE. Jeff trying to keep up in CS now. He did fall behind a little bit. Just down 10 CS, but there's a lot of magic resist already coming through from Yordi. I like that that cloak. I don't know, is it Spectre's Cowl? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's gonna be a charm in the mid lane. Icehound taking a decent trade here, and he's just gonna jump back to get to his wave because it seems like Trouble Bubble has found. Oh, and another good orbit deception there. She's kind of found the tempo advantage here. Burma shoving, and she's just kind of abusing it. And meanwhile, just Ryan sitting in the bush.
please use your hawk shot. No.
She's going to walk up a little bit too far. She's definitely available to get knocked up as Derek comes down. She's pulled back in from the Grimace, and now she's just caged as well. That's gonna be no kills, unfortunately, to the Oppression, but 2 kills for Deadly G. What a great trap ball play.
Yeah, really well played from Deadly Chi there. Good setup. They just played
How
the follow
unfortunate was
forward.
that flash?
That flash was absolutely unfortunate. But it was a good. I like the way they set up that. They just set it up through the fog of war there, which is really well played.
I'm a bit surprised to even walk up at all, but you can see like the sources. I think that they should at least expect this bot duo to even just be in the bush to just look for a massive combo for
Oh,
damage. And
no.
as we see, maybe almost getting on top of Icehound, but a flash will keep him alive. Now just Ryan has to come around here looking for something, but they are a bit outnumbered if Icehound wants to recall. So Oppression is just gonna make himself useful by TPing and clearing the wave. So nothing else is picked up in mid lane, but surprisingly, Leash was also mid lane. So both bot laners coming up in mid lane, just a high five, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I got really scared there when I saw that Icehound ulted maybe like backwards and then jumped onto him. Like, yeah, that was dangerous, but he survived, so I guess no harm.
I'm confused as to what Ichi's saying. Ult first. Didn't he use the Buster Shot to knock the Jin Jiao back?
Yeah, he did, and I think he should have just W'd and then ulted him away.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, then I'm confused as to what he's saying, chat, because he's saying the ult first. That's when becomes lining, he's connecting. Now Ashwood will also lock down just Ryan just for a little bit. He's jumped forward, he's kind of committed. He does have the Cataclysm, he can still jump in, but he's just trying to get out right now. But that's a way around, and that Fisher's just all they need. Now Lord Lighty is looking for a little bit more, but with Yordi coming around, they're going to decide against it.
Yeah, they don't want to take too much damage here, because they're rotating up to get the grubs, but now they can't. They need to get out.
Tristana is coming from top side. Delph is really low. That is a great knock-up on Amundation. A double, triple Cataclysm. Delph is the flash out. Now they're spiraling. Despair comes down as well. Yordi, with this all that, will pick up just Ryan. Now that's a dive in from Maybe, but he doesn't live long enough. Now Icehound is getting the rocket jump resets. That's a Tristana you like to play, jumping from one kill to the other, as 3 kills are answered by Deadly Chi for the life of their jungler.
Yeah, I don't get why A&G are trying to like take a fight before, because they just set themselves up to use that, which happened. Really good picker from just Ryan to realize that he can do this. Really well played.
A lot of CC, and like you can see, they're all just trying to flash just to get that 1 kill, and just Ryan's job was kind of done. He just CC'd him, he just blocked him down, and after that, there's just no more gas left in the tank, and York just gets picked up here. And yeah, the TP, I think, was not even needed, but just thrown in for good measure. And I think that was 3 grubs. I actually don't see them on. Oh, there was only one.
Yeah,
Oh no,
they're
they
still
haven't been
taking it.
picked up yet. I didn't even notice. I guess they just went for wave states and resets, but they will be picking them up now. A little late, but should be uncontested. Jordi's just looking for a bit of a chunk, but yeah, that is a Jarvan. Just gonna flag and drag himself out of there. And yeah, a bit of, I think the early trade before that fight from ANG was good, but then after, when the Tristana joined the fight, I think it was kind of over. So yeah, not really reading that river prio correctly, I guess.
Yeah. No, it was good that they realized what they could do there. They collapsed on ANG's mistakes.
Yeah. Also, we've been talking about how I Won't Leash has been like one of those main carries for Assassin's Creed when it comes to the team fights, and he had a pretty good fight moment there, like game 1. But now so far 0-2. It feels like he's already defensively itemizing with the magic
Yes.
resist cloak. So
And he's
definitely
also
not
doing
looking-
the.
Sorry?
He's doing the Blade Rune build, Blade Rune King again. It looks like, unless
I
he's
feel like
going
with
with
that magic
M.
resist cloak, I'm expecting a Wit's End actually.
Yeah, it could be with Send as well.
It doesn't have any AD, so your volleys don't do any damage. But yeah, oh my god, just that simple snip just does way more damage than all the other attacks he can throw at Jeff. So I think he has to respect that. But yeah, so far I Won't Leash not really having the same impact, and
I feel like they're not
even though it's
prioring.
AG.
Yeah,
Sorry?
exactly. Like they're not prioring the strong picks for their bot lane. Like their bot lane is by far the best winning conditioning they have, but they're not utilizing it correctly.
You see just Ryan potentially getting engaged on, and that is a really well connecting arrow he's already picked up. Trouble Bubble still spirit rushing forward, just chunking out Jeff. Looks like Just Ryan was a little bit out of position. I didn't really keep track of his flag and drag. Was it already down?
Same here actually. I didn't really see if he had already used it.
I was just waiting for him to jump over the wall. I thought he was
Yeah,
completely
same.
fine, but I guess it was uncool. And then as a response though, 2 members in mid lane are gonna take down the mid lane tower, so
Yeah.
there's at least one response there. But I think that was
Good
first
response.
tower for
Exactly.
Deadly.
Yeah, good response from WC. I wonder what they want to do here though. If they just want to, probably they just want to keep the solo players on the sides now and play for Herald here maybe, and try to get the map pressure.
Kind of like what I see coming out here. Oh, Icehound? Never mind. I don't think they can get one of it. I like this swap here with putting Icehound into Jordi because his first item is Koenig Rookhorn and it's completely useless against Tristana. You can see he's already lost 40% of his HP. Having a potion up to potentially join the fight, but he's just not in a great spot against this Tristana and the sidelane. So I love this swap here. And it means that Jeff, I mean, I don't think Jeff is in a bad spot against Cassante, but it makes a lot of sense to just make the itemization from Jordi a very awkward position.
Yeah, and I also just realized that Xin Xiao is going lethal tempo, which I think is really, really bad.
Okay, we do see the Herald started up here, and Assassin's Creed are looking to potentially punish that. Ash Arrow not gonna connect here. The smite coming through from just Ryan. They've got themselves the Herald, but can they pick it up? Spiraling Despair comes out, but their jungler's already fallen, and they are going to defend this Herald Eye, and I think they have to give this away. Now, a good Fear from Oppression, dealing a lot of damage. There's not a lot left, but they have the slows connecting, but Lord Lighty's Inner Flame will zone them off. But that is Ash finding some arrows to get some more CC. And that's a jump in from Maybe, but I'm not sure that's the jump you want, as now Rocket Jump is the response from Icehound, and he will go on a killing spree, punishing the engage from Maybe as they try to get something back and they will not succeed.
Yeah, I do not know why Xin Xiao jumped back in. They got a good pick there. They could just be happy with it and then fall back. Because they lost the Herald as well. I think just Ryan got it. Cannot.
This minion stuck behind the tower.
It is. That's very sad.
Free the minion! Free the minion! I don't think he's gonna get free. I think he will only get free when the tower falls. And do you think that tower will fall? Because personally, I won't.
I don't think so. Not how it's looking right now.
Dedic positioning in the river once again, looking
Why
for
is
take on Jordi. Oppressions rushing forward, not connecting the pushback, and we'll have to walk away, I guess. And that's gonna be all about that. But that looks like now that they're actually exposing that mid lane tower. We just said they shouldn't fall, but everybody
that
coming
minion
down there,
still
nice
there?
TP to save it.
That minion is going strong. He's protecting the turret at least.
Jordi versus Jeff in a 1v1 in the bot lane. It does seem like Jeff is coming up ahead this time around. No solo kill from just yet, but it's not really soloing. Just Ryan joins in with a Cataclysm, locking him down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Lord Lighty in a really awkward spot. There's also Oppression in a pretty awkward spot as well, as he's just gotten engaged and is going to connect a Winter Spider on him. His support has fallen, he will fall as well, as they've contested the river without any vision. They got punished for it, and now they're down actually a number, even after getting a successful pick on bot lane. Trouble Bubble, Spirit Rush Charm will not connect, and the arrows from I Won't Leash will force out the Hallowed Mist from Jeff. He will go immune, he will walk away, but I don't think they can contest this dragon anymore. Just Ryan is sticking around though. Icehound, pretty decent damage, chunking down Trouble Bubble. He's incredibly low. If he recalls here, it will turn into a 3v3, but not for very long with the Casante TPing in. That dragon should be going the way to the Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, good TP. Good pick from ANG here. They realized that they can collapse on Delici here. They were really split up, and I guess they choose to prior killing the Kisante here, burning the flash engage for Jarvan. Like that potential is really big for them to have. I think it's not worth for him to flash ult here on Kisante, because I think they need that flash engage from Jarvan if they want to find like good team fights here. So I think that's a big win for ANG in general.
Absolutely. We did talk about, right, like they have to create these picks, they have to take the fight to Deadly Chi and use that Ash Arrow effectively. And it also looked like the Ahri just kind of like flew in and did just catch out this way completely. It was a bit of an awkward one, because I think it's Lord Lighty, because he's in the river. Oppression wants to join him and help him out, and he just completely exposed himself out there. And yeah, Ahri loves to see that, just jumps in and absolutely takes him out quite convincingly, and that made that fight very awkward to play. And yeah, great catch overall from Assassin's Creed, and we need to see more of this if they want to come further into this game, because they're still down almost 2,000 gold. They at least have a dragon advantage off the back of this, but other than that, like, the mid lane tower is still up, and I think that even though Oppression just got caught, he's still in a comfortable position as long as that mid tier one's up.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, close here. Oh, what a good charm.
Oh, I just looked away from the screen for a second, and
Yeah.
he's no longer chilling in mid lane.
Yeah, that was that's what I said that they need to look for. The Aura pick where she can just find those easy picks with a charm. The Ash Arrow just narrowly missed, so that was really good. If the producer maybe can get me some gold stats, because I would like to see like where the gold is shifted towards. If it's just on Icehound maybe. Yeah, it's pretty
Close.
pretty close. At least the Ash is ahead of the way, which I think is really important for ANG here.
Just trying to look for something. Severing Bolt sniping out a little bit of damage, but doesn't really do a lot of damage when he's still healthy, so TP consumed here to try and find a pick, but he slipped out.
I think just ANG right now they just wanna keep the waves pushed in or as good as possible, and just wait for the next dragon. They don't really need to do anything else.
Oh, Cataclysm on I Won't Leash. He's gonna flash out of it. That's a pretty big summoner. I like this punish. Lord Lighty's still looking for a snare potentially, as Delph is now a bit forward, but yeah, he still has to stand behind me, dashing back. But it is, I like this kind of engage, because that is a really long cooldown for I Won't Leash to use.
Yeah, they should never be in a position where Jarvan can just walk up and just press ult. I think that's a really big mistake.
Oh, that's another Ash ult connecting on Oppression. He's still got a heal. He's getting himself a little shield, but it's not enough. He doesn't have the backup. It's a 3v2, and Ash will get herself a double kill. And this is what we wanted to see, and that's now a back-to-back pickoff on way in the mid lane.
Yeah, we're really good plays here from NG. When they know they can do this, that's when the picks will work for them. Yeah, that's really good for Ashe as well, because now she can get more damage, and she will probably scale faster than the Sue will. And it seems to be fine here as well for Jordi. Like, he seems to be in a good state. I don't know if the Huey can actually one-on-one him or not. But if he can play like this and just match the Gwen, it's really good for ANG.
Yeah, we do see early MR reduction options for the way. There's another Cataclysm from just Ryan. They're also engaging on, but there's a minion alive that's being TP to. That is Spiraling Despair, but it's only onto the Braum. Meanwhile, Kate, the all-out coming out from Jordi. He's taken away the jungler. He's super low for it, but then again, he does save his flashless AD carry, who did have to burn the barrier this time around, but not getting themselves that kill. It seems like a very good defensive option, and Jeff, everybody's going afraid. Trouble Bubble behind him in lies, but it's a great Hallow Mist. It's actually not even used for the Ahri, but it will sidestep that charm, and that is going to deny every offensive option, I feel like, for Assassin's Creed, at least for now, because Dragon's coming up. Spirit Rush now used by Trouble Bubble, not connecting the charm. They're all so far alive. Just Ryan doesn't have the Cataclysm. Now they're jumping on Lord Lighty as well as on Just Ryan at the same time. Lord Lighty's too low. He's got to get out of there. Just Ryan's going to flag and drag himself out of there. And meanwhile, we're fighting on 3 sides of this map here. They're trying to get into the Riven, but Assassins Agreed are standing firm. They will not let them. Trouble Bubble no longer has his ultimate. Just Ryan's ultimate's about to come back up. It started so long ago. That's Jordi flashing forward, trying to get that kill, but just Ryan's gonna throw him in the middle of it, but he's gonna just cost them both their lives, as Assassins Agreed have once again found the picks. They're not gonna go quietly into the night. Now Trouble Bubble dealing a really good chunk of damage. It's gonna force off oppression, but it looks like the picks have just been enough, and they're gonna get themselves a third dragon.
Yeah, really well played from AG here. They know what they can do here. They've realized that as long as they are the ones that wants to fight and get the picks, they are so much stronger in the 5v5s right now. That she can't fight anymore. They really need to start looking at what can they do besides team fighting. Because A&G are playing these fights well.
Tier 1 has fallen now. It feels like the game is just completely shifting after that mid lane river fight, and it seems like Assassin's Agreed have found some new confidence. They're just taking the fights to them. They're just not afraid to pull the trigger, and they're all ready for it, because you see the responses from Just Right. He's trying to answer with his own engages, but he's kind of trying to just get summoners and trying to hope that just a 3v3 is enough, but Assassin's Creed have the numbers there to back it up faster, and yeah, Jeff just playing a little bit more for that split push. Icehound seems like not quite readily there as Trouble Bubble, and so far it seems like Assassin's Creed, they've come into the lead. It's only barely, but they are pressuring now with this soul point for the dragon. And so far, I think if they keep playing like this, there's definite possibility of tying up the series right now.
Yeah, for sure. They really need to keep pressuring Deadly ANG. What they should do now is just get the map control on top side. Like, threaten Deadly She that they can, so they don't know if they do better or not.
Some armor also coming out for Jordi. They're being able to match up against Tristana. It is the Yuntal, by the way. You were correct. That's what it is.
Yeah.
He has the IE. He does have an extra crit cloak in that kit as well with a Noon Quiver. They're holding this wave. They're trying to make it so that I guess they're going to be able to take this tower. And they are, as you're saying, looking for that topside control.
But WC is realizing here that they can take tier 2.
Or where did he come from?
Wow.
That enchanted crystal arrows missed
really
by a hair. That was incredibly close. But yeah, Turbo we just came in flying out of nowhere.
Could maybe find a pick here on Jeff.
Jeff has popped the ghost, so I do think he will be going out of there. But yeah, it seems very much now the tides have turned, and Deadly Cheese playing a lot more defensive game now, and they're Not making
Yeah.
as many proactive moves, but I guess they're betting on the scaling, and the longer this goes, with the way the game has been going now, do you still favor Deadly Cheese draft, or do you think that late game it's favored for Assassin's Creed?
It's hard to say. I think Deadly Sheet definitely like their way still does a lot of damage late game. So I think ANG need to start pressuring more and use the threat of Baron to bait them into a fight, and they're on like just end the game. I don't think ANG wants to let Deadly She scale here, because I believe Deadly She will win fights if it goes too late.
Wait, they will or they won't?
Yeah, they will. They will. That's what I think at least.
Yeah, something we haven't really talked about that much. You see that Gwen, she has been a little quiet after she got solo killed once. They found a revenge pick with a 2-man on Yordi later, but he's quietly getting up there. He almost has that third item. He's close to finishing off a hat. He's got a mask. He's got whatever that other thing is in the left lane. I know it's Riftmaker, but I don't know what it really is in terms of an item. But she's almost got them started hat, and I think we all know how much a Gwen can hurt once she finishes that. But do you want her to team fights? Because she theoretically can very well with the Hallowed Mist if you play correctly, but side laning has always been her strongest suit, I think. So what do you want this Gwen to do once she hits the third item?
I think she definitely wants to sideline and match the pressure, because I'm not sure if ANG will understand what they need to do if the Gwen pressures on sidelines. But with that said, if the K'Sante can actually match,
Oh,
the Gwen goes. Yeah.
yeah. Maybe,
Um,
not bad. Maybe we shouldn't have talked about the Gwen. I don't know.
yeah, now the Gwen is gone. No, I think this is what they need to do if they want to keep the Gwen out of the game. But no,
Yeah.
this is really good from ANG. I think with that pick, I generally think the game is it should be over now. I think ANG have all the possibilities to end this game.
Yeah. Anyway, it's the classic. I want to talk about Chen Cave picked off. And yeah, as you're saying, this is how you take the Gwen out of the equation, right? Death, the ultimate form of CC, right? So the death timers are getting long, and we're looking for a fight. Just Ryan's jumping forward, but he doesn't have the range to get the Iwant Leash this time around, and the response from Iwant Leash is the ult Icehound, who jumps backward. Now maybe he's joining the fray. The Glacial Fisher's getting a lot of knockups. That's a fantastic Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao, threatening up real badly, and the Gwen has gone in deep, but she can't quite finish it off. Meanwhile, Crescent Guard does fall down as they find themselves a pick, but a fantastic re-engage from Trouble Bubble will find oppression. Now it's a 3 versus 4, but the health bars are incredibly low for 2 members of Assassin's Creed. Then again, they're half for Deadly Chi as well, and that's a yeet over the wall with that blast code. But I do think that this is gonna be an awkward one to contest, but it does look like Deadly Chi does not want to give up this Chemtech Soul.
So they really can't. If ANG gets the
Oh, there's a Spirit Rush jump forward, immediately eliminating Lord Lydia. It was a mistake to come in here. Still has 2 more charges. He does have to Zonia's. It's one auto attack. He won't time it correctly, and it will be everybody dying to try and not giving up this soul, but they will in the end. And that's now 19 kills to 9. They only lost their jungler. Assassins and Greed are striking back in game 2.
Yeah, really well played from ANG here in this game. I think Trouble Bubble has stepped up incredibly from game 1. I'm not sure if it was the runes game 1 that made him play the way he did, or not. But yeah, definitely a big step up here from him. In my opinion, he's carrying the team fights really hard right now.
He's given a champion that really has the agency to do so, right? And I think one of the biggest problems that Ari faces is dealing with a massive tank, but the tankiest thing you can see on the draft of Deadly Chi is not even the Jarvan. It's the Hallowed Mist Gwen, because then you can't hit her. But the Jarvan, look at it. It's an Eclipse and just Merc Threats. There's only a little bit of max HP, and that's about it. So, and I'm looking at. Never mind. I was looking at the stream and got really confused, but there seems to be a bit bigger of a delay. Anyways, yeah, it's just that Ari, I feel like, has complete open playbook here to do whatever she wants right now. And yeah, you're seeing it. She's really doing the right things, and I love the Zhonya's pickup as well, because I think the biggest threat in these late game team fights is probably that Tristana in a side lane. And yeah, she can just jump in, create a pick, deal a lot of burst damage, and just press that button and help, like, stall for the next re-engage. And I feel like they really found the identity on how this comp should play, and they're now also just proactively taking these towers in their faces.
Yeah,
Looking like Assassin's Creed have really taken control of this game.
they're definitely realizing what they can do, and I think the Ari, she did what I wanted her to do, which is play aggressively, like find the picks, and she has, which has given AG the advantages they need to win this game.
Yeah, a complete dark mid lane. Everybody moving to the top side. Baron is out on the map. So just Ryan trying to run in with a sweeper, trying to get some vision removed, but he missed the Raptor pit, also behind the red pit. But they have managed to get in a ward, but everybody on ANG has recalled, and they're probably going to try and retake that control shortly.
I'm really sad that my producer doesn't have the Baron power play here.
But the Baron hasn't been taken yet, what do you mean?
Wait, they didn't take the Baron?
No, it's still
Oh, I thought they took the Baron. Okay, never mind. My bad there, producer.
Don't disrespect our Lord and Savior, Peppercock. Yeah. So far, we were talking actually a little bit of a retrospective quickly in between the next team fights. What do you feel about the way, looking at it, 0, 5, and 8, we love this pick into what it was playing into, but looking at the KDA now, and the CS as well, that's not really what I expected at all.
No, I think I don't know what happened in lane, but the Ashe should never be up in CS in that lane, in my opinion. Jarvan should just play around bot side and let Huawei Karma push that Ashe into tower like constantly. But they let the Ashe farm and like play safe, I guess, which really made this Huawei pick not that good. And it does feel like Oppression doesn't feel like that comfortable on it.
Action up Lord Light, he's slowed as well, still has the flash, jumps forward with his flash, won't save his life now. Icehound trying to fight back, but that's a good charm. The wind becomes lightning connections as well. He's trying to get it, but Icehound lives just barely. Now Oppression's just trying to save his jungler, but I do feel like this one's done. Fight is over. Icehound has to go back to base. Just Ryan trying to re-engage. Oppression trying to throw some spells from distance, but look at that re-engage from Jordi. Punishing out Just Ryan, trying to even look at his teammates, bodying him out immediately. Will have to flash away from the damage from Oppression. Maybe a bit unnecessary, I do think personally, but they've got themselves 2 picks. Karma will come back up, but there's no jungler on the map. And that should make it a very clear sign to start up this Baron, but it doesn't look like Deadlychi's gonna give it away just for free. And yeah, we are seeing Jeff walking up to look for something. Oppression trying to poke out a little bit, but very awkward for them to step forward. Icehound just chunking Jordi a little bit. Help misconsumed. That's another chant of Crystalaro coming out. Double bubble, jumping forward. Double Spirit Rush. Chunks out Lord Lighty. Will still be alive. Delph jumping in to not let anything happen to his mid laner, and they've got themselves the Baron. They've got themselves what they wanted, and they're going back to base as they once again come out on top in this game.
Yeah, I really like. I'm really happy to see this performance from Trouble Bubble. He's. It's been a long time since I've seen him play this aggressively. He really put on the big boy pants for this game.
Yeah. No chains for the man. Just give him a bubble of deception, I guess, instead. Just something with his fear. Maybe Cinder's something he could play very well as well. Because he likes those balls. That's it's scratch up. But just right, kind of call it out. He's going to take the Cataclysm gets pushed out of it weirdly. I don't know how that happens, but yeah, Delph just kind of auto-attacking, and this jungler is in a world of pain, but that's a really lot of damage going on the Delph. They found themselves the Braum, but it is just the support. Interesting blast going. Jordi into the backline, bodying 3 people, but he does have to run because there's a lot of range damage. Meanwhile, in the backline, Jeff has fallen. Now Jordi still getting chased down here. They don't have the slows though, and he's just jumping back in, slamming it down in their face, and that's all. The 3 kills, Trouble Bubble, Spirit rushing forward. Double kill for him, and that is the ace completed for Assassin's Creed as they strike back in game 2. Death timers are way too long. This game is theirs, and they will tie up this series.
What a game from ANG. They really played this well. Yeah, I'm really happy with this performance. This sets up a really good best of 5, I think. I hope they keep this up for game 3 and play the same aggressive comp.
Excellent game coming out for Assassin's Creed. It took them a while to get the ball rolling, but once they did, they started to get a taste of it after that river fight, and they didn't let go. They kept on repeating what we said is the way to go, and it functioned really well, and now they got themselves that victory back. We said that the draft was going to be very, very rough, but it seems like they maneuvered it very well, so maybe this is just pieces that they know how to handle very well, and maybe on the other side that we maybe gave Deadly Chi too much credit in being able to play everything, so it looked a bit like they were a bit lost on how to execute the pieces they've collected, and maybe they have to go back to the drawing board of like looking at what they're comfortable with, because it doesn't seem like they could just pick anything.
No, I think also Deadly Chi kind of disrespected ANG in the early mid game. Like they cannot step up when they have an Ori and an Ashe. Like those 2 champions, they should know what they want to do. So I think that they should definitely disrespected as well. But with that said, I think it was a really, really well played from ANG through and through.
Yeah, really great game 2 from Assassin's Creed. Will tie up this series, will not go down 0-2. They are getting their first dub to get their potential rematch against Gucci Nebula, but we'll be going out for a short break, and we'll be back with game 3 from this best of 5 shortly. See you in a bit.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my goals.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going into Game 3 of Deadly Chi vs Assassin's Creed, where we just saw Assassin's Creed take control and fight back convincingly. They found a way to function, I guess, I feel like better than a team than Deadly Chi was. And it, as we were just talking about it behind screen, like it felt like Deadly Chi was just not really playing it correctly with what they had, and they were just, it seemed a bit uncomfortable what they drafted. I guess on paper it made some sense, but maybe, yeah, you were saying, like, you're also criticizing the Tristana there a bit. What do you think they should have done differently? What do you expect is going to be picked this game?
I think they wanna keep the mage in mid, like strong mage. I think that's what Icehound does the best. So I think that's what they wanna go back to.
Okay. We are heading over into draft. Deadly Chi is once again on blue side, so it seems like the blue side is the preferred side, and they're now going to take away the Ash. They, yeah, they got quite hit with a lot of Ashalties,
Yeah.
unfortunately. It's also like I said it at the beginning of the last game as well. Like when it goes late game, the karma doesn't really thrive as much, and yeah, we just saw her getting caught and then baiting her team. I think we literally saw her baiting more teammates a couple of times in a row. So maybe they need to ban karma instead of Ash.
Exactly.
Just kidding. But yeah, we do see the Ziggs banned once again, and that does mean that Deadly Chi, I think, have to leave open potentially the Corki, as they're also looking at removing an Ari, and that means that both Wei and Corki are open, and they took away the Wei last time. It didn't really work out. Means that this champion could be open just as much as Corki, unless they take away the Corki one.
I wonder if they'll actually plays Corki. Because if they do, that's a really good, strong first pick. If not, they have given an ANG a really strong pick.
Yeah, I do think they will probably play. I don't think Corki's like the hardest champion to play, but maybe if you're not comfortable, it's maybe not that great in a semi-final. I'm a bit surprised with the Syndra ban. Is that like because I said we need to see more bubbles in the game?
Yeah, but I'm really surprised here that because I just looked at the bans from Deadly. I don't get why they banned Ash instead of maybe like the K'Sante. Like the K'Sante has been good for Jordi.
I'm confused. They banned the champion with S as third, and usually they ban the Skarner there, but maybe they left it open actually to get themselves the Corki, because I did not anticipate this being open, but they're gonna trade it. What do you think about this trade specifically?
It's a good trade for ANG. It's a really good trade. Because I know that I Want Leash plays really good Corki, and the Huawei is open as well. So I think this is really good for ANG.
I think getting themselves both key pieces they used to get their one victory against Gucci Nebula, who is in the final, and that's gotta feel comfortable. Last game they didn't have any of these picks. Like they had Ari, which is the complete opposite of Wei. Wei stand his ground, control the ground, and Ari is just flying forward finding picks. And yeah, they had an Ashe who was setting up CC for other people, and now we've got Corki who wants to get CC for him so he can hit his rockets and his damage. So they're taking the complete opposite, but they're pivoting to what worked last week. Is this a mistake? Should you roll the momentum? Although they have taken away the champions they played last game, but are there not any other options open they could potentially use instead that replace what they just used?
Yeah, I mean they shouldn't be afraid of the Ashe because they should realize what the Ashe wants to do, and they completely annihilated the Ashe pick game one. So I don't get the ban for that. But the answer here, this Corki pit with Caitlyn, I favor still Corki, but I think the Caitlyn is good in where she can just try and free farm and scale. And I like the.
You prefer Caitlyn?
I prefer Corki. Yeah,
Okay.
100%. But I do like the Akali pickup here into Huawei. And I like the K'Sante pick. I think first rotation, I really like A&G's draft. I think they've gotten all the comfort picks that they want,
Oh yeah.
which is a problem for Deadly.
Yeah, 100%. This they've got really comfort for sure. I'm a bit surprised the K'Sante is left open as well. I'm not sure they even play counters to it because I feel like it's stuff like Darius and Garen that have I think K'Sante struggles with the most. I don't know if that's still the case. I'm not a top laner, but those are clearly not played by Jeff, or like maybe he just doesn't want to pick it. And I think it's making the draft a bit harder. I think it's like if you're trying to bend the matchup with like a Gwen, it puts you in this split push style game instead of being able to take the fights head on. And I think that game one was the story of them literally just standing their ground and say, try and fight us.
Yeah.
And that's how they won. And last game they stood their ground, said, try and fight us. Like, wait, oh, you can.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen Skarner and Deadly, so I don't know how good they are with playing with that champion. Of course,
They've played
Skarner
it quite. I think it's just almost every jungler knows how to play this champion now because it's just kind of busted. So,
yeah, they kind of have to know.
yeah. They're trying to nerf it, but I think what the champ does is still really annoying. So I think the last nerf I saw was like a little bit of damage on the skew, and it was like, is that all? Are you kidding? For sure. But
I wonder what MG wants to take care.
blind Akali there, but well, actually, no, it's not blind.
No, it's not blind.
Well, I guess you could still swap around Corki way, but pretty sure.
No, they won't. I'm 100% sure that this is
Yeah,
a very
wait, it's Assassin's Creed. I don't think.
yeah, they don't do this.
Yeah, right. Like I have to consider the players, right? So it is Akali for Icehound. He has been comfortable as champion before. He likes assassins. A lot of people know him as a Katarina player. I'm not going to say one trick because he's definitely not a one trick with what I've seen him play the split. But it's not exactly the pieces that we've seen work well best for Deadly Chi as a team. I think it works well for him in his hands, but I'm not sure if this is what they need as a team. But I do think that the Gnar has seemed to be really what they like for Jeff in the top lane. I do like that pick more than the Gwen.
Is it good into K'Sante? I'm not quite sure about that matchup actually.
I think he should be able to survive it and farm, and in team fights he should be able to bring quite a lot of damage. And if he does get isolated in lane, I think he can space properly around K'Sante. I don't think he should be able to get caught that easily. Then again, of course, taking a Mumu out of the equation, but I think it's an option. And I'm also really still curious to see the support matchup here, because by the way, I think that Caitlyn should be favored against Corki quite heavily. And I like Thresh, because that should be a champion that guarantees push. And I think, yeah, Caitlyn should have the upper hand, in my opinion, in this lane now.
It depends what support they pick here. I would like to see an engage support.
Yeah, I think game one we saw. Wait, I don't remember what Assassin's Creed, but I remember we saw Leona for the cheap, but I don't remember what Assassin's Creed picked themselves.
Nami, yeah, it's a
never mind.
decent
Yeah,
pick.
there's an Nami. I do think she's very good about getting prio, but then again, that's two squeaky champions in bot lane, so
Yeah,
one Thresh hook is pretty guaranteed death.
yes, for
If
sure.
you know how to place the traps for Caitlyn, by the way, because if you put him down on top of them and Thresh plays,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
so just highlighting that could happen. But yeah, with bot lane, like you're the bot lane expert. How's it gonna go?
I think it's as you said. If this fresh is actually really good and like knows how to play it, they should punish this bot lane. With that said, I think if Nami and Corki can play around fresh doing mistakes, this Caitlyn will have a really hard time. Because damage-wise, this Nami Corki will outdamage this Caitlyn fresh.
Well, I have trouble like really seeing that because I feel like the way Caitlyn plays in this matchup is just only harassing through autos. And if Corki ever jumps forward, Caitlyn just gets the free net into him with the build token
Yeah,
and just
but I think
out
I think
anyway.
yeah,
Problem
I
is the
under,
Navi heal. That's the only thing that I see is going in favor for Assassin's Creed.
yeah, and I also think like Caitlyn in general on this level, I don't think people really know how to play Caitlyn.
That's
Like
fair.
not to
Call him
flame
out,
anyone,
bro. Call him out.
but I generally don't think like Cork is so easy, you know. Like just press E and you have your Nami boost, and like I think as long as they know, like if they find the opportunities to like punish the Caitlyn, it will be so easy for them. But as well, like if oppression really can play Caitlyn well, like it's gonna be hard for them to find something, and then she can just free skate. So it's gonna be interesting to see this bot lane matchup for sure.
Yeah. There is, yeah. You're not wrong. Like if you're not really good at Caitlyn, you're not really using that range, then there is definitely an easy trade pattern for Corki. But if you are using that range, and I usually give people the benefit of that when they lock the champion, it
Yeah.
should be good for Caitlyn. But then when we should obviously put the pieces together, right? Like we still have a way here also on the pick for Assassin's Creed one, something that he really wanted their hands on. It was taken away from the Dichi, and maybe that was the mistake they made last game. They're going back to a bit more comfort in mid lane, I think, with Akali. I think it's definitely like a play style that Iceland's very comfortable playing. They've got
Yeah.
themselves a lot of CC, they got themselves really good pick off. I think they got a comp that really wants to fist fight, whereas I think Assassin's Creed, other than Anami, I think everybody's fine fist fighting here. So
Yes.
which
100%.
pieces are better to fist fight here?
I definitely favor A&G's draft here. I think they have way better team fight opportunities here. But if that Akali can find her way into the backline, like if she can just go on her way, or even because for Corki, Akali is really rough. But I really need to see this Akali. She needs to do her job well in this in the team fights for them to win, and just let Caitlyn basically free hit. So oppression really needs to find his. He really needs to position himself well to not like just die instantly.
Yeah. To play devil's advocate to that point, I think like as annoying that Akali really is in games in team fights, because she just jumps in and goes into the shroud and you can't hit her, right? At least
Yeah.
that's the POV of an ADC. Then again, when I look at all the champions on their side, none of them have really targeted spells, and Gorky has most of his damage, almost all of his damage is just, oh, you're there, I'll just throw on everything there. And they have a Mumu for that, by the way. They also
Yeah,
have Wei,
exactly.
who can literally just force her out of that shroud. So the Akali feels like the one piece that I think I dislike the most on the side of Deadly Chi. And they've taken it early, and maybe that is really a problem here, because if they want to, they can literally just hard kill the Akali if she goes in too early. They can just use the
Oh yeah,
ability,
for
right?
sure, for sure.
If they want to. Of course, I'm not saying that's the best way to start the fights, but it's
But I think the Akali needs to also realize like when she can go in and when she should go in. Um, she can't go in when she's like fully just her going in alone. Like she needs a fight to start and then just find a good like flank or something, or even if she can't flank, just wait a bit like for the fight to start and then just dive back in when a Mumus maybe already pressed his ult and Cassante has already gone and Huey has done her spells. Like the Akali can be a problem for ANG here, but she needs to play it well.
yeah. So what is your prediction when you see this just based off of draft?
Based on draft, I favor ANG.
AG. I'll have to agree because I don't. Also, when I look at Caitlyn, I think she can be really strong as a champion. She has to really win this lane, in my opinion, because late game team fighting with Caitlyn is a bit difficult. And I think while Corki is not the best late game champion because his range is sort of limited aside from his rockets, there's no members that really punish that on the side of the Lich, so I think he can just kind of do what he wants, and that should be a comfortable position, especially for something like Wei, because they took Skarner, and Wei has like the freest DC on Skarner if he's trying to drift anything. So
Yeah.
I think also the comfort for Jordi there as well. I think it's just gonna come down to I'm actually gonna have to look at the top lane here. If Jeff can just take over the top lane, just put this Cassante behind, it might make it hard for ANG. But if this Cassante is strong and tanky and doing Cassante things in the middle of a team fight, it feels so rough for Caitlyn to play the game. If she can play the game and Akali can play the game against all that AoE damage, it's really rough. So, I mean, they still have the big potential of thresh hooks, but late game it's not that common to see games decided on thresh hooks anymore. So, yeah, I do also want to favor this Assassin's draft here. What do you think about the Mumu right now, by the way, in the meta? Because I saw it a lot in the past. It's kind of disappeared a bit.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not too into why that champion has fallen off. But I think in general, it's just a good like standard pick, you know, like a good team fight pick. And I think as well that Mumu fits really well together with champs like Huawei and Corki. Because if she can or if Mumu can find a good like ult, the Corki and Huawei can just stand do their damage for free basically.
Yeah.
So I think that Mumu pick is it's a good pick in this game for sure.
Yeah, that Amumu Ultimate should be a great setup for team fights. Then on the other side, we got just try and do the same thing. So both of them going back to set up jungle, abandoning everything of playing for yourself with any picks. I think both of them have tried that in the past 2 games. One of them at least have played like a bit more carry style champions, but we're going back to the engaged champions. I love to see it because I love my junglers playing these kind of champions. And it's going to come down to how these junglers are going to set up the team fights better as we've loaded up on the Rift. Nothing happened in the early game as the minions are going to crash. Is there anything you see interesting here just based off like runes or something? Is there any weird things that we missed out on like in last game, first game?
No. The one thing I do notice is that Corki is not going to do the tier build.
Very aggressive death sentence from Lord Lighty, going to lose a lot of his HP from this. They're fighting very heavily for Prio. But we got ourselves Commander Caitlyn in the bot lane. If you haven't seen Arcane Season 2 yet, Jesus, Commander. That's all I'm saying. No more spoilers now. Anyway, they do let level 2 at the same time. Death sentence is going to be side. He's doing a lot of work there. Unfortunately, I won't leash. If he hadn't Valkyrie backwards,
yes,
really done a lot of damage to Ali to punish that missing hook.
Yeah, for sure. I think he is too afraid to get hooked, so he felt like he had to W backwards.
I mean, if he got hooked in the Valkyrie, it would have been really painful though.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Yeah, and you do see now they have to respect though the range that comes out from a Caitlyn, so it's a bit of an awkward one because the wave is half frozen. But I think they can walk up once that death sentence misses, goes on cooldown. They get green light to just start farming. And there was something I wanted to say and I forgot already. But yeah, bot lane was definitely looking for some early fighting. Not gonna find it just yet. Actually, yeah, I remember now. I wanted your take on the rune for Caitlyn because I feel like I'm a bit surprised by that one.
Yes, I did not like it.
Why did you say so when I asked him first?
I think this.
Your job here is to flame them, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't know why she goes press the attack here. It feels so useless. Like, Can you understand why?
That Flay connects, that's lanterning in. Ishtal's impact used. He's not going to get him into the wall, and maybe it's coming around here. Both junglers here, but Lord Light is lower. Just right now. Bit of an awkward spot. Bandage Toss has to be flashed away from. Aqua Prison will be flashed away from, and maybe held it on for a long time, but they're not going to find anything. But look over the wall. Trouble Bubbles here. He did land the Severing Bolt out of nowhere. I didn't even see him walk down here. Did surprise me as well, but no one going down here. I think with everything that's happening, who does this benefit more?
It definitely favors AMG more here. They can shove the wave in now and reset if they want to.
You see the Ice Hand also benefits from this roam from Trouble Bubbles earlier. That's a that's connecting. If Ignite's consumed as well, that's flashed away from the Aqua Prison. A few more auto attacks are needed, but they won't get them. And that's also oppression. Forced to flash away from Maybe, who's still stuck around for this. And Lord Lighty not respecting the health bar difference.
I was just about to say before that play happened that Lord Lightly can't go up here even if he hooks. It's not going to be worth it. But yeah, well played from AMG. They capitalize on Lord Lightly's mistake there.
There's some rough language in chat there. Is this allowed, producer? But yeah, it is first blood for Assassin's Creed. Unfortunately, it's going to the Nami, and that has to feel a bit sad because this could set you up really well for success. But Corki barely gets a difference in this lane now. I think Caitlyn also just crashes the wave back. Although, actually, I do see something happening in bot lane. I see them all flying on top of it. Akali's gonna TP in, but Caitlyn's already fallen. She hasn't based, and that's a double kill for Corki, actually. Don't know exactly what happened. I feel like I saw her fly in, so I think she grabbed the lantern, but yeah, then just died. So I don't know what was going on there. Maybe they thought that Maybe wasn't around, but yeah, that's a very good punish here, and they're also going to get themselves a dragon for it.
Yeah, they must have thought that maybe was either resetting or he was going topside. I don't know why, but yeah, good punish from AMG. Now this Corki is really well set up.
Yeah, Deadly banning away Ashe and Ahri, both champions that they lost against, just immediately leaving open Corki and Wei.
Yeah.
Just giving up so much just to get the Skarner pick, and now they're down 0-3,000 gold and even more. Gotta feel a bit rough here as a start to the game, because aside from, like, not like the last two games, their draft does not look as favorable, even close, as the last two.
No, definitely not. I think AMG, they realized what they can do to win games. So I think in that sense, I think game one was good for them to just get an understanding of what they need to do. But with that said, I think Deadly really messed up their draft in this game. They should never let AMG get like free comfort picks for themselves.
Yeah, they also they really don't want to give up the Ivern. I don't think that's something we have seen anymore a lot in the draft lately, but I'm really scared of those enchanter type of comps, I guess. And now they are significantly behind, because you see she also purchased a call on Caitlyn, so she doesn't match the perk. So she's losing out on a lot of damage. So I think I feel like actually lane's already decided, being this far down and also just opting into the scaling and farming option. Not exactly what I want to see out of a Caitlyn. I think she doesn't scale that bad necessarily, because like we all know how late game Caitlyn headshots do massive damage, but to immediately FF the early game is a bit rough.
Yeah, and also like when she goes PTA, like she wants to get ahead early, right? With this PTA, she's gonna fall behind
I don't know
even more.
With PTA, I'm not gonna lie. I have no
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
when you get that hook, you're hitting every bit of your spell, and the third auto comes through after all of that's through.
yes.
So it's like, what's the bonus 5% damage for?
Yeah, when you go this lane, like you should just go first strike and just be happy with it. Like, I don't know.
I mean, that's an option. I think lethal tempo is even an option if you do get these really long fights, or just fleet, because then you just keep fighting. But look at that, Trouble Bubbles come back around. That's a good lantern. Bandage Doss not connecting, even flashing for it. Just a little bit of damage from Trouble Bubble. He wanted to get some poke, and he gets pulled under, has to flash out. A bit of a disrespectful move there, because there was nothing going to happen anymore. Does cost him his flash, but crucially, nothing used for Deadly Chi to get out of that.
Yeah, that was good disengager from Deadly She. They were lucky to not get punished there. But we see Jordi at least. He puts the pressure down on top lane. And then we see a kill bot lane. Probably a double kill here.
Another kill. That is barrier. Maybe he's around. Aqua doesn't connect. That is the curse
Wow.
of the sad mummy. Is I don't think it's gonna make him any happier with how that was used just yet. But I mean, it did the job. They got the kills. I guess
scaring
producer
me.
just doesn't like to see bloodbath. So this is a PG-13 stream. We don't see blood here.
No,
But
but yeah.
0-5 at 9 minutes into the game.
Yes. And this Corki pick is turning out to be really good. Because I think it's gonna be like if they decide to engage, this Nami Corki is outdamages so hard. Like Pressure Caitlyn needs to be the ones who engages if they want to win that 2v2. But now they can't anymore. They had a chance and they blew it.
Yeah. 4-0 collector finished and an extra pickaxe. He's essentially up a full item at this point. Not quite ahead in CS, but up in plating as well. So this Corki is so comfortable. And we saw this in the Nebula game as well. I think it was like a 10 plus kill Corki. I don't even know if he had deaths. Yeah, they left this open. They had to ban away the other pieces, and it just, yeah, they're taking the Caitlyn. And I think this is actually a good matchup against Corki. But then, I'm just wondering about the last game. We're picking Wei, we're picking Caitlyn. Are you comfortable with these champions? Now mid lane actually getting a bit of a fight. I see a Skarner coming in from the side. That's a pretty good ultimate coming out from Caitlyn. Tidal Wave's gonna interrupt just barely, but it's not gonna save any lives. But Trouble Bubble will still answer with that kill. Lord Lighty going incredibly low, but a death sentence will sentence him to the death realm, taking down Trouble Bubble. Great answer here. That will be Deadly Chi on the board with 2 kills so far, and with the grubs up, they at least get something back here in this third game. They're not just gonna go quietly into the night.
Yeah, I don't like this rotation though. From maybe they can fight this actually, but yeah.
That is Lantern's gonna just get him out, and it seems like they're only gonna get their 4th grub, so it is still very significant, but they're going to respect the pressure coming out from top lane. So.
Yeah, what they should have done here, I think, is just keep the Corki bot lane, let him solo XP, push wave, and then get some free plates. Just get him even further ahead, because I don't think the grubs will matter that much this game. Yeah. But yeah, they deny at least 6 grubs, I guess.
Corki off to the races. The way not quite yet. He's been running a lot to bot lane though, and I think he's sacrificed a little bit of CS. I think there. I think he should have been able to get a little bit further ahead. Won't, and then I see like the shuriken flip being used very creatively for Ison to get a little bit of chunk down. Using that in combination with a shroud to be able to snap a back. But yeah, Dragon started by maybe they got themselves a control ward. They're gonna deny the vision. And I think, yeah, they're already swapping out of the lane. It seems like they're putting Caitlyn mid lane. That's a really weird purchase for Caitlyn. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it's built now anyway. And,
Well, she's already going PT, so we might as well just accept this.
okay, sure. But at this point, why don't we pick Jinx?
Yeah.
I don't know. But, yeah, if you just look at the items and the runes, you're thinking this is probably a Jinx, no?
No, this is.
Or like Twitch. Actually, Twitch is probably the best answer. Oh, never mind. Bot lane. I think we got a bot lane's a black hole. But that's a kill for Deadly Chi at least. That's Rob Bubble going down for the 2nd time. As Death Sentence will fight Nami. Icehound is going to try and fight back on the I Won't Leash. And Lord Nighty went into that, I believe, and is going to sentence himself to death. As they try to find a pick, as they're gonna get themselves killed. Like just Ryan could look for something, although never mind, he doesn't have his ultimate, was used earlier in the fight. And we see also the ultimate on cooldown in top lane. As Jeff is putting quite a lot of damage on the Jordi. Can't really quite kill him, so he's still farming.
Yeah, I think this is what ANG needs to try and not do, like get picked up picked out by Deadly She. Because this is what Deadly She wants. They want to find picks and get slowly back into the game. Which they have done now. Like they're only down 1k and they were down like 3k. So ANG need to be careful. They need to snowball like correctly with this composition.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward gank here. Jordi going so low to the ranged poke from Jeff, finding those third proc moments, and it seems like it's working pretty well against the Cassante. And he just can't even gank. If he commits to that, he will kill his top laner, and it's not even worth it. And now so low, but that is a very good bush play as Lord Lady will punish the roam from Delph. It's unfortunately not picked up by just Ryan, but it's a great punish there. As they, I believe that was even a shutdown with the 2-0 and
Yes.
5, finding his first death for Delph. As that's going to put a bit momentum back, and they're almost closing the gold gap completely.
Yep. The little bit sad that maybe Lord Likely gets the shutdown gold, but they definitely caught up in the game, which I don't think ANG are that happy about. And he should just leave.
A bit scared about what he's doing here, but
Yeah.
he found himself the engage. He didn't get the smite timers. They got themselves the herald. They got themselves a lantern. They get out. They're not even gonna take the fight. I think that's smart because the ADC had already based. But I'm not even sure that ANG just win that like that. But anyhow, bot lane. Yeah, it feels like it's kind of fine for Trouble Bubble though. So still have to see the Kali strength really come in. But so far, the game is really tied up now. So I'm
Yeah,
not really
absolutely.
sure how the rest of the game is gonna go. I think the only thing that I don't like anymore is the Caitlyn. But other than that, looks fine for Deadly Chi so far.
Yeah, I think Deadly She are happy with the game state right now. They caught themselves back in the game, but I think ANG just needs to don't get caught and just fight objectives. That's what they want to do here, because I still think they have better 5v5 composition here. And Cork is really strong. Like he's 1.5 item up on Caitlyn. Maybe if we can see the goal difference from the producer.
Damage from the score, this Gnar is actually stupid. What the hell?
Yeah,
I mean,
we can
it's
see
actually
here.
really advantageous for Gnar. Or is this not supposed to go this way?
That's what I was a little bit afraid of, is how this matchup works.
Wait, that was so risky. No, if he gets Gnarled, I think he dies. Anyway, tell me, how does the matchup go?
Yeah, that's the thing. I was so unsure of how this matchup goes, but it seems to be heavily Gnar favored, I guess.
Third Q here, moving forward, and it's just so much backdown damage. It is a mini Gnar, but it doesn't take a big Gnar to take down a 10% HP Jordi, as he's gonna get solo killed this time around, and at least he's even in CS, but that's a very important kill for Deadly G.
Yeah, really well played by Jeff. He played that
It
well.
was really close, I will say. That was really, really close.
He was
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sentence miss his own. The bandage toss does as well. I think I've yet to see maybe hit a bandage toss, but anyway, Deadly Chi is doing the thing they did in game 2, I believe. No, they're doing the same thing that ANG was doing, just spawning the Herald in the mid lane. And I'm not sure he wanted to take that Herald, but they're gonna get the tower. The death sentence is fantastic. The Curse at that moment will not save his life. He's gonna have to sacrifice himself. The Aqua Prison does not get the Ice Hound, as he's able to just keep on going forward. Now just Ryan will go down to the tower shots. The damage was there, but now do they have the health bars to keep on living? That's a great flash from Pleasure. He's trying to get into the back to get that Corki. That shutdown is picked up. He's going to equalize some gold, but they have to get the hell out of there because Jordi is mad. He wants to take revenge. They're on the chase, and with Jeff coming around, there is not gonna be any chasing any longer, as he's gonna save his team members from that fight, as a great fight actually erupts in mid lane in favor of Deadly G.
Yeah, that was a good find by Lord Likely there on the movement. Not quite sure why maybe steps up here. But yeah, good find from Deadly She here.
I was just a tower shot, right? Or did I see no damage on this card?
I think it was a tower shot. But yeah, it was really important for this Caitlyn to get that shot down. She gets the IE now for this dragon fight.
Now the dragon has been started. Aqua Prison onto Lord Lady. Deadson's going completely wide. It's gonna get tossed in. He has to flash out. Now everybody's swarming all over Assassin's Creed. Delph is in a little bit of trouble. Trouble Bubble's in trouble, but he's putting down a Fisher, trying to peel away. But now the damage is coming through. They found off Icehound. They found the Lord Lady. They found just Ryan. But now they're still fighting back. This fight is not over. Oppression striking back. He's got himself the shutdown earlier. He's got himself some health. Now Trouble Bubble thinks about shielding that gun, but he's gonna miss his mark, taking out a Corki once again, as it's gonna be a 3 for 3, but literally 0 health left on the remaining members of Assassin's Creed means that they will not get this third dragon, and Oppression should be able to secure this. Then again, keep your eyes on Trouble Bubble. He's got a potential to snipe this away, but the headshot will secure the dragon, and that is the prize they came for. And Deadly Chi are starting to come back into this game, as at least they got the dragon this as a reward here, because everything else was dead even.
Yeah,
But this was a mess of a team fight. Can you even make it make sense, by the way?
I think Akali played it well with damaging the backline here, because this give Akali, Caitlyn so much utility. This is where Caitlyn shines, basically. They can't really do anything here to this Caitlyn, so well played by Deadly Chi, or rather well played by Akali. She did what she needs to do. But I think in general, the Corki misplaced himself. He should never be in that position from the start.
Fight was all over the place. Hard to keep track of. It was like
For sure.
there were little mini fights going on. Trouble Bubble. Oh, we did. No, he did see Dinar there. I thought he was like maybe not seeing him, but no play there. Could have potentially looked for something. Nar once again onto the Terminus. There we see just Ryan jumping onto, maybe he's cancelled out his drift with his bandage toss. That is at least the first bandage toss that I know that he's hit. And he probably hit one in the team fight last. I just didn't really keep track of it. But yeah, so far the Amumu's really not that tanky yet. He's rushed this Leandri Stormit. I'm not sure why he rushed Merc Threats, because I feel like the CC that comes out of the comp from Deadly Chi is not really worth taking Merc Threats for.
No,
I think there's
definitely
a lot of
not.
auto attack damage that comes through from Gnar as well as Caitlyn, so this Amumu is really not tanky yet.
Yeah, no, I agree. He should not have gone the Merc Threats here. I think the better option would have been Steel Plate here, but yeah, they're just gonna have to wait a bit for a moment to get tanky enough that he can be just go in and just survive for a long time. But it's like this Caitlyn is starting to catch up in items, which is not that great for AG, because she was so far behind, but now she's kind of caught up. Yeah, AG really need to play this team fights good enough to win. Otherwise, this Caitlyn will just stand there and free hit.
It's starting to feel. Oh, Lord Lady in a bit of an awkward spot. That's a great bandage toss, immediately eliminating Lord Lady off the face of the rift. And that tower with just a sliver of health is not going to stand up very long. So yeah, please run away. Commander, that's not the front line you can protect any longer. And now Jeff is coming around to potentially look for something, but Akali's not here. There's a Trouble Bubble behind him as well. It's 5 people strong in bot lane. It's a bit of an awkward spot here. Just Ryan is looking for something. He's got himself that impale, but there is a numbers advantage for Assassin's Creed, and it's still working for him. But look at Icehound, he's in the middle of everybody. Everybody's going low, waiting for that Zonias to go out. He's got himself the first kill. Now Jeff flies in. They find himself another kill. Icehound's flashing out, trying to stay alive. Oppression's hunting down maybe one bandage toss. Spell is doomed though. He's not gonna hit his Q just yet. Jeff is still on the chase here. They've got 3 members alive. 3 members on still slivering health bars. Now Lord Lighty's gone back onto the rift, hunting down the Zamubu, and I think it's surely going to mean he's going to go down. There's no escape for this, unless maybe, do you believe? Never mind, he will go down, but a really good fight back from Deadly Chi. I think it was a bit risky, but I think overall they traded up.
Yeah, really well played by this Akali here. She's gonna soon find the engage, which he really wants. In this part, it looks rough, but here the Akali comes in, and now they really can't do anything. And this Corki is really, yeah, he's too far forward, and the Akali can just do what she wants. Really, I'm really surprised how they
Yep,
position
has been
themselves.
caught out in top lane as we come out of the replay. It's going to be shut down. 4-0 shut down. Now going over to I Won't Leash. I hope that's going to be, yeah, that should be a bloodthirst that he's building towards. So that's going to put
Yeah.
another big amount of gold into this Corki. And we've seen pretty much every team that has gotten it. Never mind, bot lane, Jordi in a bit of trouble here. It is at Cassante, he's very tanky. DP coming down the bot lane as well. Tidal Wave is going to catch up Lord Lighty. And the Skarner's not really running anywhere just yet. Now Icehound is turning on the trouble bubble, but he still has his own, yes. And Icehound, you cannot save yourself there. As we talked about, this is not targeted damage, will take you down. But Jordi in the meantime will be answered, will be going down. A lot of burst damage and a fantastic impale from Just Ryan, giving a double kill to his Caitlyn, shutting down his Corki once again. And now they're putting them on the ropes. They have to run. Can Lord Lighty find another death sentence? Not quite yet. Oppression's running over here. I don't think they could really run away from this. Nars pushing down the wave. This is definitely a dive under a tier 1 at 25 minutes of the game. Death sentence connect. Damage is coming through. They're gonna go all out under this tower and eliminate ANG off the rift as they aced him at 25 minutes.
Yeah, wow. What a pick from Yes Ryan. Wow. Look at this. First ice on here, he really goes too far, I think. He didn't need to do that, but look at this from Skarner. Yeah, really well played.
Caitlyn's again in that comfortable zone where the enemy has to
Exactly.
go through the choke point and even to get to them, so she's just kind of free hitting. She's doing whatever she wants there really, and Jordi unfortunately going down too fast. I think Icehound was just a distraction really, as it looks like so far. I think he just needs to pick up Azonius, because if he just dives in like that, it seems like
Exactly.
and if he just presses Azonius, stalls even longer, so yeah.
No, I think Iceland is doing what he's supposed to do, but it's as you said, I think he needs Basanias here if he wants to continue doing it. But yeah, they're giving Caitlyn all the space to do what she wants, and that they cannot do that. They need to find the engage on her if they want to win these fights.
Baron is on the rift. Seems like it's next objective in their eyes. Just Ryan fishing for potentially something on that red buff. It's available, and maybe they could fish for something. I think that kind of reveals that they have vision there with that ultimate coming out, Ace Null from Oppression. Doesn't really seem to have dealt any damage, but will steal away that red buff. And somehow bot lane, Jordi has solo killed Jeff actually. I think that might have been an overdive. Look at the health bar of Jordi. But that is a very important pickup. That means Deadly Chi cannot do Baron just yet, and they're going to have to fix the bot wave, because Jordi's for sure gonna push this even deeper.
Yeah, that was a bad play, I would you say, from Jeff. Not as much as it's a good play from Jordi. I think Jeff, all he needs to do there is just survive and like pressure bot side, and Deadly Sheik, and then pressure Baron. But yeah, good pick from Jordi.
Yeah, Jordi standing his ground, not just gonna go quietly into the night if you just put on some pressure. And Jeff, bit of more than he can chew, and it's not end all be all, but it is throwing a bit of that momentum away. But I guess he didn't have the TP, so they were probably not looking for any starts yet. But it also means that they don't have the face check really. They're not gonna feel the Baron pressure that hard just yet. But yeah, so far we're seeing the Caitlyn actually benefit quite a lot from the Yuntal. Actually, the PTA probably still activates your damage increase. Not sure if this is better than tempo, but
I'm never gonna.
I guess I don't know.
I'm not gonna say that this PTA is good. It's still horrible, but it's Caitlyn, you know. She still does so much damage with her WEQ combos.
Russian struggled in the early game, but once he's got that shutdown, he got right back into the game and is now worth 650 gold himself. He's
Yeah.
almost looking at 100% crit. That headshot, I think if he picks up like this rapid fire cannon headshot, he could near one shot like an army, I think. If that's
Yeah, for sure.
got some armor pin in there as well. It's very scary. And you see, Jeff, it's probably what he was doing last time, but has to respect the tower. The tower still deals damage. But his percent max health damage coming through from that W seems to put into. Oh, never mind. Oppression's going legendary as we found ourselves Delph as well as I Won't Leash in mid lane. That
Wow.
came out of nowhere, and that's gonna lose him a tower, and I think potentially the Baron.
Yep, that's Baron gone. And now Deadly is in the driver's seat of this game, 100%. I don't know what happened or how they got caught. It feels like they should never be able to get caught, but they did.
Yeah, it is very much uncontested. They're running down mid lane. We got bot lane, they're just holding the line, and Dragon is up. It's third Dragon for either team. Whoever gets picked up, it's 40 seconds. Deadly G can just base and contest it anyway. They're gonna catch the mid wave to not lose too much mid lane prio, because now they got these Baron minions that they have to deal with, and it make it easier for them. I see this spell shield coming out here from Icehound. I'm not sure that's the item for, but maybe, yeah, I guess it makes sense. You can deny that instant CC, but if you're diving in, there's a lot that can break that spell shield. So I'm
Yeah, I think still Solas is better for him.
yeah.
I wonder how they want to set this up though.
Just Ryan poking. Mentioned some that death sentence will find trouble, but the teammates are not quite there. That's an ace and all just to poke out, but Lord Lighty sentenced himself to death. Now they're pushing in just Ryan, but that's a flash forward impale, finding those carries. That's a great shuriken flip. He's got himself a carry. Now Yordi's onto oppression as well at the same time. It's Icehound versus 4 and Yordi versus 4, but it's not Yordi. He got out and Icehound fell at the same time. They got themselves 2 clean picks, and Assassins in Greed are still alive. They could contest this. They're shutting them down, and they're going to not give them a free Hextech soul point. They are moving in here. 2 hit KHP. He's on top of it. He's gonna get this life steal. He might have to give him his life, but the Aqua Prison's gonna lock down Jeff, and the damage is there to lock him down. Maybe he didn't even die. Now just Ryan stuck in a pit, and he's gonna not be able to get Ishtal's impact out. Jordi pushed him into the wall. A shutdown for the Corki, and all of a sudden Assassin agreed to strike back, and this game is very much not over.
Holy shit. I think here, Likely definitely doesn't want to step up like that. I think that's a really big mistake. Right here, I think Icehound just wants to kill this Corki, no? I don't think he dives back in the back lane here. Like, he can just burst that Corki to death with that, because just Ryan finds a really good spot once again. I think right there he just want to execute the Corki, but yeah, well played from ANG. They capitalized on the She's mistake for sure.
Yeah, are we? Those are like just the late death times. Yeah, we just came out of replay short because they haven't even respawned yet. Baron is pretty much neutralized right now. We've got nothing really for Deadly Chi to play with right now, so they're just gonna answer to this push in the top lane. But that tower's gonna fall in just about 3 auto attacks. There it is, and now Lord Lighty is looking once again for death sentence, but last time they did not tear out so favorable for him. But that ace in the hole is starting to hurt a little bit, because that's actually on a tanky member, and it went through his shield as well. So yeah, the Caitlyn's still very much a threat, but yeah, with Jordi going on top of him, that's it makes it a lot harder for Oppression to play the game. And you saw that if Jordi gets on top of him, it's yeah, the team fights are not as easy anymore.
Yeah, definitely. That's their winning condition. Like, don't let the Caitlyn free hit, and I think they win team fights. But I think ANG right now they only need to keep vision. Like, don't lose too much vision and get caught. Like here. Just walk together. They need to work together.
Yeah, very aggressive, but they found the good. That's a fantastic play as well.
Yeah.
That Tsunami immediately eliminated the Corki as well. I was a bit hesitant about this, but they thought themselves to fix the third one that shut him down, and Icehound finds himself a double kill. And does the game just end like this?
Oh man, it hurts. It hurts to
Jeff now
watch.
also on top of trouble. Bubble, he is in trouble. He's going down 4 kills. That is Yori all on his own. I don't think he can stop this one. Casante, not exactly known for the best wave clear. He's relatively tanky, but I don't think you can stall this very much. It's two movable objects pushing against each other, but the all-out makes him vulnerable and he will go down quite convincingly. This game is done and dusted. ANG got so strong so early, and Deadly G just stopped them in their tracks as they will go up 2-1. Match point for Deadly G to move on to the finals. Can
Yeah.
ANG still keep it alive? We will find out soon. But this game was, I don't know. They're not following a script. It's never one-sided games, honestly.
That was a crazy. They did what did not want them to do. They cannot walk in to the fog of war like that. They basically say, "Hey, come and pick us up if you want." Yeah, Fedlici capitalize on AG's mistake there, and they end the game instantly. So well played by them. Good game in general.
Yeah, a bit. It seems like whoever's in control seems to be the losing team. So maybe we just need a draft to get behind and we win game. it's a bit of a weird one, but we got ourselves match point now for Deadly Chi. One more to get to the final, or can Assassin's Creed get us the Silver Scrapes? We'll find out soon as we head on over to a break before we get that potentially last game in the series.
Blame it on me. You're just too scared to be lonely. No one's safe from the Reaper. Not a saint nor a sinner. Rage under my skin, slowly descend into madness. Let it spread like a virus. Be a friend with the violence. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Change, can you swear some? Never mind, I forgot where I came from. Like wolves in the darkness, we've adapted to blindness. Fall asleep with the sirens. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious?
I'll never mistake the way you give me my faith. My body feels safe in your hands. Feel me fully fade. I'm light as a fire that I'm letting you escape. The stars still remember to fall to our fate. I don't wanna wait.
back everyone to Game 4 of Deadly Chi versus Assassin's Creed, where ANG faces elimination in this potentially last game of the series. They have to win this game or the season's over. The ticket to the finals is on the line, and Deadly Chi. This was not a clean game in any way, but they once again came out on top, and I'm very surprised with how the picks and bans went, but it seems like, yeah, with now beating Corky and Wei on the side of ANG, which I feel like was really like what game 1 and 2 were about in terms of draft. With that now being beaten, what is the path for ANG to go?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like, I still think ANG. Like, I don't think Deadly She want to give those champs up. I think ANG just really misplayed that game. They got so far ahead early, like they were 3-4K up, but they didn't capitalize on that lead well enough. So I still think it's scary to give them those champs. So I think that she just wants to keep it clean here. Remove the Corky and the Huey, I think. Go back to game 1.
They're once again going for blue side. Seems like blue side, I think it's gone unbeaten so far.
Yes.
So yeah, it makes sense. I don't really feel like that's a very logical way about the draft right now, but it's seemingly all about this B1 pick, and Skarner is open. Don't think the Lichi's gonna give it up. I think it was surprising for ANG to even give that up, but anyway, they have removed the 6 again. They're still banning away the Swain. I just don't really see why, but yeah. The Ash ban, not really very surprising. Yeah, I think we can guess what's coming next anyway.
Yeah, I think they should ban Skarner here on the issue still.
Wow. See, I'm just
Okay.
seeing the prediction from Shade in the all chat. He won 64,000 points to all-in bet on ANG in that game too, I think. Hey, put his money where his mouth is, so yeah. And the Corky actually taken away by ANG themselves.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising.
Oh,
And
they're
they go with
taking an
Ignore.
R. Okay.
All right. That is a surprise.
Also
Didn't-
doing this B1, I think this is what the Dichi did game 1 as well.
Yes.
Nar has also have had a 100% win rate so far, and Ayori saying, let me have that.
Yeah. He's like, it's my turn now.
Yeah. What do
See
you
you,
think if they
Vulcan.
lock in the monkey though? Because I'm not so sure about that.
I've
I've seen it banned as well. I don't know if it's worth a ban, and now they're going to take it.
I think it's a good pick for maybe on ANG. He likes the Wukong, so maybe they're like, we have to take this away. But I don't know. I haven't seen that she play Wukong, so I can't comment if that's a good pick for them or not.
Yeah, the monkey, I don't know why it was banned earlier, but I think it's still fine, I guess, all things considered. Now they are going to Jinx, you know, like, I think we pretty much saw Jinx last game anyway.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
they're gonna just
Now he can go to PTA.
yeah, curious to see what the answers would be on the side of ANG, because, yeah, the ADC pool has been kind of pinched, and I'm not sure what really works for them anymore with the things that have been taken away.
They could pick
do
Saber
anything
here.
else, and that's something they could play. Oh, okay.
Saya. Okay. Yeah.
How do you like this matchup?
I think it's quite decent. I think it's a even matchup in general. I think Saya definitely comes out ahead early, but she lacks the late game compared to Jinx. But laning wise, I think Saya comes out on top every time.
Yeah. Purely in the lane, I think that is, I agree. I think Saya should be having that edge over Jinx. Then again, Jinx has those long rockets, so like the later this lane goes, I think the more play she also gets. And yeah, we also see the Xinjiao coming down against the Wukong, as well as the I think that makes a lot of sense, because like Jinx wants to play long range, and the ultimate from Xinjiao makes him invulnerable. from, or at least invulnerable to damage.
Yeah.
On range, and I'm not sure about that Vladimir.
Yeah, it's a interesting pick for sure. I don't know why they want to blind it though. Maybe it's top. I don't know. Could be top pick.
I guess it's a multi-flex, yeah. Well, just a flex, but yeah, blind, flat. Bit of a strange one, I think. It's I don't know. I haven't seen it recently in the meta either, but yeah, I feel like it also still it's not really bad for Zaya either, because I feel like technically you want to like annoy her with long range, and now you're picking more dive, which I think is very good for Zaya. So bit of a weird one, but yeah, looking at the bans, I think it makes sense to take away the Ari. I think it's like, wasn't that actually Vlad favored, or I think that was actually famously, I think that was always good for Vlad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Vlad is favored in that matchup.
Yeah, I guess they just don't want to give it away after losing to the Ari. That was definitely a strong point. Yeah. What do you think so far? What are you expecting actually coming in as an answer to the Vlad then?
It depends if they think it's a mid or top. But they could go. I actually don't know what you go into Vlad. Maybe like because they need a heavy AP mage here. I think this. Yeah. Could Zoe be a pick here actually?
I mean, it's definitely open. He likes to play it, and yeah, it's just gonna be slam.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's like the pick that they want, but I think it's just a pick that they'll play just because of comfort. I guess it should make sense against flat, right? Like, 'cause if you're just staying at long range, he can't really
Yeah.
do much against you. And yeah, I was thinking about a hook champion in bot lane. Not sure this is the best one, because I was actually just thinking pick the Blitz or something to screw with this Jinx Lulu, but it's gonna be a fighting lane no matter what though, so I like it.
Yeah. This. Oh, the Mals.
Oh,
Okay, so
okay,
it is a Vladimir top.
Wait, but you want Malzahar against Zoe?
I guess his passive removes the E, but so we can just proc that with our auto attack, no?
Yeah, somebody in chat actually predicted a Malzahar angle, but I'm not sure he predicted it for red side. I think he might have predicted it for blue side. I didn't see when the chat message came out. If it did predict it, pretty cool. But yeah,
Goat Balsar.
I don't really see it. I don't know. The Malzar's like, he's still gonna root himself as well, right? So like, who do you really want to ult? There's not like any assassin in this game. If you ult Xin Zhao accidentally while he presses R, you can't even damage him. If
Yeah.
you ult Zoe when she uses her portal jump, she gets rooted on the place she started, so she's not even in the zone, and she's not even that caught out. So I don't know. It's
Yeah. I guess no. I don't like the Malsa pick here.
Anyway, we've got ourselves the full draft. Break it down for me.
I think just looking at the draft, I think I favor. I would actually give it to Delici just because they have the Lulu Jinx, and this is a biased point, but I think Lulu is so massively broken right now. And together with a Jinx and a Vlad and a Boob, yeah, I give the draft to Delici here, but I think A&G have the right components to win team fights here as well. Like if they can just play it correctly and don't give Jinx the same that it did to the Caitlyn last game. Don't let Jinx stand there and just free hit. they need to get on her somehow, and this should be fine. But I think 5-5 straight up. I think ANG really favors in team fights. But I think if Lulu and Jinx can just do what they want to do, I think then Deadly she wins for sure.
I feel like both sides have this champion that doesn't really fit with the rest of the comp. I think it's like
Yeah.
when you look at this flat, it's like it just I guess it can dive and threaten, but I think that Deadly Chi, the way they've shown their drafts, like Wukong should just disrupt and make sure that Jinx can get a reset. Malzar's gonna peel, Lulu's gonna peel, but Flat does not bring anything to the table that Jinx can really use. So I feel like that it could work, but it's like a bit awkward. Would have been much better if that was like an Ornn or something, or a tank. Then
Yeah, definitely.
they also, yeah, I guess they could play on Wukong engage, but a tank would engage with better in my opinion. And on the other
But I
side,
think
I see the Xayah, which I think is a bit weird because everything is like going forward and diving, and Xayah doesn't really like that.
I guess the only reason they pick Xayah here is because of the Wukong. If the Wukong gets on you on the Xayah here, he's not really a threat, you know.
I don't think Xayah's kind of screwed though if the Wukong gets on top of her.
I don't think so. Not with Nautilus there. I think Xayah should be fine, but you're correct. Like, if the Wukong is even like slightly ahead or fed, then yeah, obviously the Xayah will she will bleed from that. But I think Xayah is a decent pick here. I wouldn't say it's the best pick, but it's definitely not like GG, it's lost.
I feel like if the Wukong gets on top of Xayah, he gets that initial knockup, she has to burn her ultimate, and then he just hits another knockup. Wukong might not be able to solo kill her, but there's also the Lulu ultimate that can knock her up again.
Yeah.
Makes it so awkward, and yeah, Jinx is just free firing through all of that, and if Nautilus is peeling, he's taking the damage from the Cyclone as well. So yeah, I don't really. It's just a bit weird with the Xayah here. Like, I get it because of the Wukong, but I think almost every ADC here is kind of screwed. If you're caught by the Wukong, you're just kind of screwed. I think there's just no way you can really deal with that. But yeah, other than that, I think everything. The problem I have with the Xayah is just that like I think at this point with this draft, she has to just like flash forward almost with her ultimate to really participate in these type of team fights because everything else is just going in, right? Like Nautilus wants to start fights, Xinjiao will jump in, Gnar will jump in, Zoe will deal damage on the target you've picked off, and Xayah is just standing in the backline like, well,
I think yeah, I kind of agree, but I also think that Xayah Xayah does a lot of damage, but people don't respect it enough, I think. I like Xayah, it's one of my favorite AD carries, but it's as I said, like she needs to be set up for that to work. Like if her team just dives in and she's not even close, then yeah, the Xayah pick is probably really bad for them. But if it's a straight up 5v5 and Xayah is just standing there in the backline, just W and then free hitting, I think it's really strong pick.
I think in lane it's definitely still that really strong early game AD carry that like if you just get that hook from Nautilus, right, like Xayah can really follow up with the feathers pretty easily if you're pulling the target.
Yeah.
Xayah. So that is definitely still something you can play with. I think late game team fights it's harder for Xayah to follow up on that because you don't really want to walk forward to the target you caught as long as Wukong's still out there, and there's the Vlad dive at the same time, right? So it's gonna be awkward for her to be playing, but if you are getting ahead, if you are getting the momentum in, it might be easier and you're just playing it on picks, then of course none of that really matters. But that means you have to get through a successful laning phase. And how do you think these junglers are going to prioritize their lanes? Because we also have a carry top matchup as well.
Yeah, I think I definitely think they cannot let this Vlad get behind. I do see though a world where Wukong has to start top side, where if AG really wants to punish this bot lane, which I think they should do, I think Xinsha will start topside and then path towards bot to gank level 4. If he doesn't do that, then it's fine for Deadly Shi, I think. So I think Wukong needs to have a good read here, and I think Deadly Shi also needs to get in some vision early to find out what the Xinsha wants to do. Because I think the jungler for NG here needs to prior bot lane for sure in this game. He needs to get that Saya ahead so that the first objectives they are favorites to fight.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely when you're taking an Nautilus and engaging support, something that can prepare setup. I feel like you have to play with that. And I think the same is kind of true for Deadly Chi, knowing that the enemy took an Nautilus. I think you have to protect it, so I think it would make a lot of sense. And yeah, how do you think this top lane matchup's actually going to go? Because it's Jordi who throws down the gauntlet to play the Gnar himself this time, and you gotta now deal with that as a you have to play it still, and the enemy just gets that counter pick now. Like Deadly Chi probably, he's the Gnar player. He wanted to throw it down, he wanted to play it, and now he gets to see that taken away. He probably prepared this pick. Do you think this flat is just especially taken for the Gnar? Is this a problem, do you think, or how do you think it's gonna go?
I think Vlad into Gnar is a strong pick. I think like 9 out of 10 times the Vlad should win that. But with that said, Jordi maybe just caps Jeff here. I'm not sure, but it's definitely a favorite matchup for the Vladimir, and he needs to put pressure on the Gnar early.
Alright. Well, we are heading over into Game 4. Assassin's Creed face elimination. And we're seeing them run down to the bot lane to make a play happen early. They got themselves the Nautilus. They could look for that invade. The Tribush is not yet covered. We see Oppression standing under his tower. They've checked on the brushes, and now they're going to head on in. So that puts Lord Lighty in a bit of an awkward spot. Bubble used immediately, not finding anything. I like this kind of engage, but they're not going... okay, never mind. They are gonna go through with it. Can they find Lord Lighty? He's in a position where he will see them immediately if they exit that bush. It is dark now. Tension is coming up. That bubble will not connect. The Lord Lighty does see it. However, a little late. We'll find out that he has to get out of there. And yeah, they don't know that the blue buff is warded.
Yep. No, good early aggression here from ANG. I like it. But as we see, the Wukong is starting topside, but Xinsha is actually starting bot side. So I think maybe Jordi has been talking here to Xinsha, saying, "Hey, you need to come top early."
Next line locks down Lord Lighty, just starting the trades early with the rockets from Oppression. I don't think hurt quite as much just yet. Not that much range yet, but he does have lethal tempo. But yeah, also on the side of Animation. They should get level 2 Pride though.
Yes, they should. I think it's very important that the ANG bot in here puts on the pressure, but they do not get the level 2. Okay.
Delph trying to... I don't think he can freeze that on that position. And it's gonna... Yeah, just matching it right now. Wave not quite bouncing, I think. Jungler's just doing a full clear. It seems like the Xinjiao is going to the top side. So there is a mismatch of jungle ganks. Unless the Xinjiao, never mind, he actually wants to come down here. He's going to shadow this bot lane and look for a potential direction line. Missing out on Oppression and maybe also showed. So they know exactly what his path is right now.
Yes. That was a big a big sidestep for Oppression. I don't think he dies there, but he definitely has to burn his flash, and probably maybe Lulu has to burn her heal.
If I Won't Leash does land that snare as well, I think there might have been an angle for her to get potentially picked up. Although I guess maybe was really far away, so...
Yeah, I think he has barrier, he has shield from Lulu and the heal. I don't think it dies, maybe, but at least they get them to burn a lot of summoners.
Mid lane, not quite as exciting. Icehound so far also struggling on mana. He's completely out. Seems
We
like he
do
used
hate
mana already. I don't know on what. Maybe thought he could just auto push waves at level 1, but that's definitely not the case. Yeah. Turbo Bubble just lost a little bit of health, and that's about it. So far in a good spot in mid lane as
Oh,
he's face checking just Ryan. Gonna lose a bit of HP. No CC yet for just Ryan, so I think that should be fine. But losing a bit of HP, all things considered, just completely fine. They will just get the wave here on bot side and probably reset.
yeah, good. Kind of quiet start. I think both teams doesn't really maybe want to do anything. I am though surprised about this top lane. That Jordi is ahead 10 CS here. I mean, Jeff still has his wave, but
I think he's missed a couple of CS there.
yeah.
A little bit of trading in mid lane. Turbo losing quite a lot of HP, but he hasn't reset yet, and the TP from Icehound has been burned. Then again, Turbo doesn't have a TP of his own, so not sure if that's the best call. Yeah, that means that Icehound's just hard shoving his wave back into him, forcing Trouble Bubble to stay in lane. And yeah, top side, I think the Vlad is not really that strong early game champion anyway, so I think it's just a matter of scaling. But
Yeah.
yeah, so far he's a little bit behind, but I think it's fine.
I wonder, but it looks like Botley want to set something up here.
Yeah, Delph trying to clear those wards.
Yeah, they probably want to look for something with Dragon here.
Not sure if it's a Drake or a gank. I guess the wave is bouncing out a little bit. Yeah, I do think it's coming back, so I think Oppression and Lord Lighty are safe for now. Just Ryan looking on the top side, he is not level 6 yet. Crucial for the Wukong, makes his gank a lot weaker. That's the ward, spotting it out, Yori just jumping out and is chilling.
Yeah, ANG definitely just start Dragon here. Don't even think about the gank.
Yeah, I don't think it's advised to gank under tower against the Jinx Lulu. Very risky thing to do. A lot of healing barrier and heal shields. Very hard to go through. And on the top side, they're just kind of trading the objective here. It looks like just Ryan is, because they know how they are playing for this bot side. He's just gonna take a trade on the Ravi's on top.
Yeah. I am looking at Vladimir's runes here. Do you actually go Conquer on Vladimir?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, Bubble actually just connecting to the passive from the Malzahar is in a good spot, and it seems like he's getting decent wave control so far now. He's getting those waves cleared before. Oh, -1.
Missed the cannon.
Unfortunate. And top side, yeah, Jeff, he seems to be struggling actually. Although, yeah, with that heal coming out, that ultimate and everything, that is also ultimate trade, so fair enough. But yeah, with this Q, I think he should be able to out-sustain the Gnar at almost any point. So it's gonna be a quiet game because I think that Deadly Chi just doesn't want to take any fights. But I'm not so sure if ANG should be happy with that.
They definitely shouldn't. They'll need to try and find something. Maybe roam with the Nautilus together with Xin Shao, try and get some picks.
Ooh, the faceplant flash from just right. And meanwhile, we see a mid lane trade for kills, but first blood picked up by Trouble Bubble. But if my eyes didn't deceive me, I think you got almost the same amount of gold turned around to Icehound as Oppression forced the flash out from the hook from Delph. Bit of an awkward spot for bot lane, but Yeah, didn't see what happened in bot lane, but that is a 1-for-1, but it seems like the first blood barely gave an advantage in gold.
Yeah.
Bounty system not very good right now.
I wonder if it's really correct here for ANG to just stay 2-2 in this lane. I feel like with Xin Shao and Nautilus, you can just get picked so easily together with Zoe, you know. Yeah, I
What
think
do you want to...
I want this Nautilus to roam more with the Xin
Oh,
Shao.
okay.
Get some map pressure. Try and find this Wukong, like try and punish him, and not let him free form like he is. Because you know, together with the Zoe, like I think they have such good pick potential. I think they're playing into the LG's hands right now, just playing the lanes, don't do anything.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll see the big fight when the grubs come out.
The laners do seem to have a small CS lead, but then again, that is countered with the CS lead for the jungler. Grub's worth more, of course, than the dragon, and oh, there is maybe catching out oppression. He has lost his flash before. That's gonna be him jumped. It's gonna be knocked up, and Wild Ghost is gonna stay keep him alive only for a few seconds longer, as he's gonna be shut down in bot lane. Fairly straightforward gank, and gonna get them a kill on the oppression.
Yeah, really well played. Really good gank. Now they just have to, yeah, this I like.
Reg
This is
line
what I
onto
wanted.
the Lord Lighty, a bit of caught out. Maybe some game 4 fatigue. Best of 5s, I guess, are rough to do, but it's two fairly simple mistakes, it feels like, and that's gonna give him another kill to Assassin's Creed. I don't know, I thought they would have to work harder for their kills, but it's...
But that's what I wanted them to do. Make the Nautilus move up with Xin Shao. They get picked so easy with that combo. So
just
really
right
well played.
on the top side, just shadowing Jeff, so he's gonna get himself his first plate. He has
Really good grubs here.
close the gap for CS, and they are contesting the grubs. Level 9 Vladimir is that point where he has lower cooldowns to play with, and now just Ryan's going forward, looking for trouble. Cyclone is going to come in as they've got this fight started. That's a Dredge line pulling in just Ryan, but he's got another Cyclone, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Super Mega Death Rocket will not find Delph, and now Jeff is in trouble. Has to Ghost to try and get out. Another trouble bubble going on to Lord Light. Oh, never mind. That was an Ice Hound, actually, as that's a great Nethergasm to punish the overextended Xin Zhao, as they're going to have to give up their own jungler's life. I don't think they should have chased this far with the lead they got in the river, but they did, and that means they can't just get those grubs for free, and that will put a little bit of agency back into the hands of Deadly Chi, and Jeff is immediately using it, but the shield is there, and Amutlish will survive that Hemo play, because that was very close.
Yeah, big mistake here from ANG chasing those extra kills. I think here it's a great re-engage here from ANG. They get just Ryan. Right here they can just turn back and go for the grubs and be really happy with this outcome. But now they give up 6 grubs here probably, or 5 at least.
Potential re-engage. Last grubs are going to go down. Maybe has jumped in, but Jeff will just flash out. Now that is a little bit of trouble for just Ryan, but he actually just uses that clone to get over the wall. And they did get themselves 5 grubs, so all things considered, got themselves what they really wanted. And both sides, with those 5 grubs, getting extra plate for oppression as well, putting yourself in a pretty comfortable position. They are down in kills, but the gold is actually slightly in favor for WG.
Yeah, I think Delchi really came up on top on this play. Not sure how important the grubs are, but with Jinx, it's really nice to have those. So well played by Delchi here.
They are looking to play for potentially that Ocean Drake. Tinja moving down the bot lane. With the wave Prio, they could be looking for potential dive. Oppression just recalled, it's only Lord Lighty. I don't know if it's worth the dive to support, but I think if that was a Jinx, they might have, and that the ultimate was, but it does mean that Dragon will not get stolen by that one, and the monkeys are pretty far out. So that's gonna be an uncontested Drake for Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, good pickup here. They realize they don't need to dive the Lulu. They can just go for Drake.
Jeff positioning aggressive. Doesn't have any summoners left. He does have the Hemo Plague. Looking for potentially more of a dive. He's going to use it, but I'm not sure about that. It's just gonna chunk Jordi a little bit more.
Jeff just saying
Hello?
like, "Hey, I'm the lane king here."
Not sure about that one, but yeah, okay. Also seeing a bit of a weird build, but he's got himself two needlessly large rods. Never mind, just Ryan wanting to engage on this, but look around. AG maybe is here as well. Delph is going incredibly low though. The first pickoff is successful, but that's a fantastic Featherstorm Blade Caller. And now that Jinx is gone, Lighty will follow next. And that fight at start is not turning out quite as well as you wanted to. And now we see Iceland trying to get something on top side. But when you look back at the bot side of the map, the monkeys also fallen, and they started this fight, and they will find 3 deaths in the river.
Yeah, really well played from AG here. They realize that they can fight even if that Wukong is in that bush, because they know Xinxiao is close by. So really good. I think that was a bait if that was intended. Really smart play. But yeah, they get first tower here. They're 3k up almost. This is really good for AG.
Jordi fighting toe-to-toe with Jeff. But can he kill him before he gets it? It looks like a very good Narbar, but the healing might go through, but it's a perfectly timed stun. And he will get Jeff before he gets to get that lifesteal to come through. Very nice kill here, but he has lost his tower though, but at least he will get the solo kill.
Yeah, well played by Jordi. I guess now for the other Shi, they wanna maybe set up for the Herald with the 5 grubs. Seems like they're switching up the Jinx and Lulu to mid here. But I don't think they're in a state where they can actually fight AG right now. So I think they just have to give this up.
Yeah, Herald doesn't seem very contestable right now, but it does look like they're gonna walk over here. It's pretty low right now. I think it's gonna be gone before they even get close to it. Yeah, they're going to have to turn away. They're not really setting up for any counter plays just yet. Lord Lighty, bit of an awkward spot. The Trouble Bubble does connect, but a good flash out to keep himself out of harm's way. But it is an ability lost here. I guess Delph did match it. So flash for flash, but they have the Herald and they're gonna go for more. Another Trouble Bubble will find the monkey. He has to just go away. The Herald will crash into it. Just a few more autos. It will go down. Tier 1 mid lane picked up. But that is Oppression still getting that excited proc. He does get that off of that Herald, but they can't find anything else. So yeah, their comp, as I said before, it's not the best at engaging unless you're using a flash ultimate from Iceland, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right,
It
know
feels,
what it's going for,
it
it's
feels
also-
like game 2 here, where Deadly drafts kinda disrespectful, if that makes sense. But yeah, AG just need to keep this up. Go as 5, don't get picked, and I think they should be favored here.
AG seems to be in control. They got 2 items on the Zaya. They're almost finishing a 2nd item on Zoe. That's when she really starts to hurt extra. She already has the boots though. So. The shields, I don't know if they're gonna be enough, but if Oppression is ever not shielded when one of those battle stars connect, it's gonna really hurt. That's damage
Yeah.
that sticks because she only has that little bit of lifesteal on the Thorns, but it takes a while to recover from those battle stars damage. Yeah, Jeff seems, yeah, he rushed the Ravenous Death Cup. He's got himself another 1v1, but that Hemo Plague healing is gonna come through. That empowered Q is coming through, but Jordi still has damage. His auto attacks are dealing a lot of damage. The spacing's not really there, but it cooldowns are, and he will get his own solo kill as a counter to Jordi, and he's gonna go down.
Well played. That was a close fight, but Jeff realizes he's way stronger, in that moment.
Ryan, oh, a great clone here. Also a good sidestep, not getting hit with the trouble bubble. He's gonna make it so they can keep on the pressure here, but I don't know if they can really play for this tower. There's so much wave clear on the side of ANG, and they just can't really face them head on. Now, I'm looking at the Malzahar. What can he do here? Is there maybe a big good start? But if you're waiting, the longer you wait, Trouble Bubble can throw more battle spars. Oh, but now the elf is actually caught out here. The great red buff to engage from oppression. That's a lot of damage returned, but it's not really enough. That's the Nether Grasp. They're gonna find another big Cyclone now used as well. They're gonna finish up the Xin Zhao. Now, oppression just has to flash away, and it seems like just Ryan is not gonna have enough firepower to take on I Won't Leash as well, as he's gonna get a kill on Lord Lady. Now he's turned on the damage on Icehound. He's in a bit of an awkward spot. He's not gonna land that Call of Void. He's gonna go down as well. Now, oppression is in a 1v1 with Trouble Bubble, but Trouble Bubble seems to have more auto attack damage than an AD carry. I don't know how that works, but he's gonna get himself a kill. And I do think Jeff has gotten the tower on top side, but I'm not sure that this is what you want to trade for.
What a play from I Won't Leash. That was so well played by him.
That was flash forward.
We can see here though, they find a good Malzo in Xin Zhao. But not right now, I Won't Leash can just free hit her. They have no threat to him, and he knows he's strong. So he can just walk forward here, get the Lulu, and then turn around to kill the Malzahar.
We're not gonna pretend that that's Mega Death Rocket. No, never mind.
I did not see it.
I guess we don't talk about that rocket.
I actually did not see what happened with it.
Let's just call it a field goal.
Okay. Yeah, no, but in general, that fight was really well played by I Won't Leash. He realized he was strong.
Yeah, they were just scattered on two fronts there really, and made it pretty awkward. It's I Won't Leash was just in an isolated fight with just Ryan, who kind of used all of his damage on,
Yeah,
I believe it was maybe.
Xin Zhao. Yeah.
They did get the 2 kills, but it's not really that important kills. And then if he had turned around, I think it would have been better if he just kind of like focuses all on the Trouble Bubble. They probably would have been able to keep the Jinx alive, get her another reset, and that should be enough. And then you just kite away, you got the kills reset, and just do fight again or something, right? But they fought on 2 different sides, and they ran out of steam, and just kind of fell flat. And this part is, let's just call it brave.
There's no way they can do this.
They are now spotted. Are they going to commit to it? Baron is the one with the pull. They are still very healthy so far. They're using the Vladimir quite effectively, but yeah, maybe can't just dash in. It's going to be coming down to 50-50. That's a really bold Nether Grasp. He's going to get knocked out of it, and the smites will come through for Deadly Chi. They got it, but what cost? They're fighting back really well though. This Cyclone value is massive, and Jeff is still insanely healthy. They've got all the kills. How the hell do they get away with this? This is an absolute robbery. They got the Baron, they got the kills. They're still healthy, and it's now a 1v. Never mind, I thought it was going to be a 1v2, but that's Trouble Bubble on his namesake. He's going to execute the 1 HP Lulu. She had no business walking across the wall there. But yeah, Deadly Chi just did what absolutely was not allowed.
Yeah, I really want to see a replay what happened there, because wow. Yeah, we see here Malzahar finds the ult, but he gets stunned. Yeah, I guess Jordi doesn't find the engage he needs to find here. And Lulu can just support Jinx here. And Jeff is just really up in the faces doing blood things. But I think that was a... Yeah, I think Jordi didn't find what he should have found. So that was really unfortunate for ENG.
Oh, nice how. Oh, he could be in trouble. His passive has been broken. Delph is around, but never mind. So is just Ryan. The monkey's gonna guard Malzahar here, and Malzahar. I think he did a really important play there, just flashing Nether Grasp on Xin Zhao. They had to cancel. They had to burst their engage on a member. I don't think they really wanted to focus made it so that the fight was rushed and Jinx was untouched long enough for her to get resets. The Vlad could just do his own thing. They are looking for an engage now. They got themselves just Ryan, but he still's got the Cyclone, but he's just locked it down. But the skill is going to go through first for oppression. And look at Vlad, he's doing so much work. But oh my god, that blade caller was fantastic. But it's not even enough. He almost triple one-shot the entire Deadly G lineup, and still it's not enough as the Vlad almost gets executed, barely lives by a sliver of health. Now just Ryan came around the corner with the flank, and I think they found the angle to execute this game, this series. It's 24 minutes and they still got the Baron buff, but the wave isn't quite there. They're gonna, I love this. I think I know what they're doing. This is brilliant. They're letting this cannon minion crash so they can actually hit the tower, save themselves some time, but I think they can't quite end. But that was on a hair. They almost lost this team fight because I Won't Leash almost absolutely shut them completely down. That was so close.
Yeah, I want to see here because they find this. They find Wukong here, and they kind of get him low. But I Won't Leash takes a lot of damage here from Blood. Oh yeah, wow, yeah, that was really close. If they get Jinx here, I think it's still fine. But yeah, good fight on Deadly.
There is no way that that blade caller does not win you the team fight, but here we are, and Delici was so far behind. They steal a Baron, they just win another team fight by a sliver of health, really. Now they're on this dragon. This is Soul Dragon, 3k HP, maybe. Can he steal this one? It's 1.6. There's a Nether Grasp. Message just secured, but there's a very low health bar here. Just Ryan might just sacrifice his life. They've zoned out their Gnar, but they're gonna have to potentially give up their jungler. Never mind. Four-man Cyclone just knocked them up. The Monkey's doing so much work, and our Oppression is excited. He wants to get more kills. They've got themselves 3 kills. They'll find a 4th, and all Trouble Bubble can do on 1 HP is run away. There's no way he can keep this one alive by himself. Jeff is just gonna body block that one, and I think Trouble Bubble, I think that might have just killed yourself here. I think just Ryan can run you down now, and that should be never mind, he's gonna get out, but it does not matter, I believe, at this point. 25 minutes, 15 seconds for Xin Zhao, 3 seconds for Delph. I think they could potentially end the game here if they choose to do so, but yeah, the death timers might be too short. They're gonna do the wise thing and back off here, but this game is so close to ending. ANG cannot make any more mistakes.
Yeah, we can see here that really good Malzahar from Isound. But I think the turning point here is just Ryan right now finding this engage here. This is so good because this Jinx can just stand there now and free hit, and ANG can't do anything.
Right? How the Zaya has to walk forward into this, and
Yes.
you saw that one time she got to use a good blade call. She almost solo wins a team fight, and now she has to walk forward, and it's just you can't. Oh, huh? Well, okay, Monkey died. Huh? What happened?
I don't know how ANG wins this game now. Jordi is so far behind. Saya really has to walk up like she did last fight, and when she does that, this Wukong he really just shut that down instantly.
Right.
They
the
need
game-
to find
game
an
does seem
engage.
pretty good, but how does ANG still win this?
They need to find an engage on their backline. They need to get that Jinx. Like Jordi needs to find a really good engage here. They need to set up some kind of TP flank, or they just need to maybe like wait for his flash to come up and then try and fight so he can flash and get from that Jinx. I don't see any other way they're winning this game.
Oh, that's a flash. The Mikhail's is gonna come through though. The Battlestar still
That's
chunks him
really
out to
big.
half HP when that sleepy debuff was even removed. That's still half his HP. Okay, Turbo Bubble is on a ward though. He's gonna get spotted. That's a good bubble, but you don't have the portal jump again. But you are going to force the pressure back to base. That might be the momentum you need. Can AG capitalize on it? I don't quite think so, but we're recalling on a ward. Gonna walk away. Never mind. He's not gonna be picked off like that. Did I have Trouble Bubble trying as best as he can to try and keep this game alive right now? it's gonna have to come through these bubbles, and maybe that's actually one of the plays they have to do here because team fighting has not been advantageous. And another bubble connects, and that one's gonna land as half HP on him. Maybe he's not going in. Not quite. He does use the Crescent Guard here, and he's gonna hold that line. But that's Jeff in a bot lane, taking down the bot tier, the inhibitor turret. Now also the inhibitor itself. Jordi just can't handle him, or he just has a wit's end. It's a 3-item flat. He has the Cosmic Drive. He has so much ability haste. There's no way he could burn through it. But Jeff does not commit for the inhibitor, so I'm a bit surprised he doesn't actually just put in one more auto attack. But okay,
Yeah,
I guess we want to keep the game exciting.
I guess he wants to be able to keep the pressure of not that inhib going down.
Okay, yeah, that's one explanation.
Otherwise, I don't see any reason for not to let it be up.
It's very crucial to highlight, by the way. He did use Ghost, and he has no TP. And playing on the bot side
Yeah.
map is an awkward one. I think if they team fight, he's a very big threat. Oh, that bubble getting really close. Turbo bubble really living up to his name, causing quite a lot of trouble. And I think this game, it's 5k gold deficit. It's not that much at 30 minutes into the game. We are getting another Soul Point Drake on the map. It's still only one away for Assassin's Creed. Lord Lighty, awkward spot, has to flash away. Direction line just connects to the wall. Bubble won't get anybody. Just Ryan is there to break this engage. That is a Crescent Guard committed from maybe. Now Jeff is on the flank here, by the way. Keep your eyes on him. He's got a flash available. He's gonna go into it. It's not really the combo you need, but it's gonna be the combo that works anyway. They got the kill, they got the shot, and they got the excited proc. They're running them all over. This game is for Deadly Chi. It's a nice attempt, Zaya, but it won't be enough. That's another double kill for Oppression at the end of it. That's a fantastic team fight for Deadly Chi. They just take it straight up 5v5. That's how they're gonna close this out. And now it's just a matter of formalities. They're just gonna face tank it. Just use their grubs. They've got it. They've got this series. They got themselves the rematch against Gucci Nebula in the finals. And it looks like Gucci has got themselves the trophy to split. Because we're gonna get another Gucci rivalry in the final, because Deadly Chi take down Assassin's Creed 3-1.
Yeah, really well played series from Deadly Chi. They definitely know how to play the scaling game. That's for sure. I'm so surprised that they managed to succeed with that Baron play, though.
That was illegal. Holy crap.
I don't think there's like that should never be allowed from ANG's point of view. But yeah, I guess good call from from the boys in Deadly Chi. That was definitely their turnaround moment.
Yeah. Well done from Deadly Chi here. Yeah, to have the balls to do that Baron play, that completely swung the game around, and it was really close there with that Blade Caller. That could have been the turning point for ANG to take back control, but yeah, it couldn't have been, and I think they should have gotten ahead a little bit earlier. They had flat and Jinx scaling. The late game, I think, was always favored towards Deadly Chi.
Yeah.
So yeah, Triple Bubble tried really hard though. I think he almost found the angle to get that snipe in to put them in a comfortable spot. But yeah, that last fight, flat coming around here, it wasn't necessarily a perfect combo, but he just went into it and he just wreaked havoc. Just really well played by the Lychee, and I think it's a deserved victory for sure. I think they've shown a lot of dominance for a lot of moments in these games. Not all of them were that one-sided, but overall, very deserved victory. And it will be them going up against Gucci Nebula in the finals. We did see Assassin's Creed versus Gucci Nebula last week, so at least you're getting a new matchup that has been longer ago. But yeah, it's gonna be Gucci versus Gucci next week. What do you think about that?
Kind of boring, but I guess they are the two best teams. So it's earned. It's not like someone has been lucky with the matchups or anything. So it's the two best teams in the final. So it's gonna be probably a good game. But I think Nebula is is favored in that matchup.
Yeah, before we of course go into maybe that, we also should be probably talking about the MVP for the series, right? Because I think we got three games at least to base ourselves on. I'm having trouble remembering the other games because I don't really have the matches here. But who are your like standout players?
Uh, I think for me it's Jeff.
Jeff? Okay, there's
Yeah.
the only option. It's just Jeff.
Uh, I mean, other from Jeff, maybe Icehound played a good series. Yeah, I think it's between Icehound and Jeff, in my opinion. I really don't want to give MVP to a Malzahar player.
I'm having trouble. What did he play game one? Do you remember?
Gnar
No,
or
I-
Icehound. Game one he played who Tristana. No, that was game
play.
two.
No, that was two. That's two. Those are when they lost. I don't remember what
Game one,
wasn't
what
it.
did he
They had the
play?
sixth bot lane, I think.
Yeah, Cassiopeia. He played Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think his caster
Uh,
was looking really good.
yeah, yeah. Obviously,
Akali, the
yeah.
Akali was shaky, but then again, I think the Malzahar. I think he played it pretty creatively. Like he just knew his job though. So I want to give props to that at least. But I think that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about Jordi as been one of the best top laners in the SLE. So Jeff is kind of like making a name for himself. I feel like, 'cause they definitely took the fight to him. He's playing different kind of matchups. I think a lot of people just keep handshaking the same kind of picks. I think Jeff has shown quite a deeper champion pool than some of the other SLE top laners, and I think it's definitely yeah, he took the fight to one of the other best top laners. So I think yeah, I can support that vote for Jeff in the top lane. I think he had a pretty good series here. Also at the end there with the Vlad, I think it wasn't quite as obvious sometimes, but like also in the Baron fight, he was just untouched really, and or at least seemingly because that's what Vlad does. So I think he did a really good game. So yeah, I'll back you. I think yeah, so Jeff gets our MVP. So congratulations to you. Other than that, I'm a bit spent here. It's Sunday night, so I don't think we're gonna do an interview. So I think we're gonna close it off soon though. But yeah, is there anything else you want to say, Zakan, before we are gonna close it off?
No, not really. I think you covered it all. Good series. It was close. It wasn't like one-sided, so it was a good series to commentate for sure.
Yep. Thank you very much for the teams and thank you for joining me. I'm all for one excited for next week because I think there's a lot of yeah, I think the rivalry between these two teams is definitely one that should spark highly on the Rift. I think should not be, I think, as one-sided as we saw them last time meeting in the top side bracket. So I'm excited to see them play against each other next week. As much as it's Gucci versus Gucci, these teams are still very separate. So I think, yeah, if you take the nameplates off, this is still like a bloodbath, I think, all things considered. So I'm excited for next week. Hopefully, we got them at a reasonable hour, these games, and we can get ourselves the 5-game split 7 banger to close it all off. But for now, from me at least, and everybody else here, it's good night. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.